Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Innovative, revolutionary, stellar development, purest universal knowledge. In a transformative, futuristic design. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The very first new evolutionary spaceship technology has been rolled out for mass production. Our Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is constructed from high-quality materials carefully selected by our team of experts. Embedding the essence of the new GANs plasma science and technology, it uses collective plasma field technology for changing and enhancing the environment of the body of the man. This new plasma enhancement changes the environment of the body to allow it to return to its natural, balanced energetic condition, as in the womb of the mother, allowing every cell in the body of the man to find its natural, original field strength balance. The shape and field distribution in this new space plasma technology replicates the inner structure of the universe and replicates the balance fields from which the man was created at the point of inception in the womb of the mother, not only receiving balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. For the first time in the history of man, a system has been developed and delivered which not only enhances the physical body of the man, but also enhances the emotional part of the user of the system, hence reducing and eliminating many problems that could not be solved in the world of science, to bring the body of the man into near perfection, as at the time of birth. This new spaceship technology can be within the reach of every man today and can be ordered by medical practitioners, sports specialists, and healthcare centers. The Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the future you have been waiting for, is here. The journey from space to spaceship technology has started. Every order is subject to a contractual agreement and might require additional accessories priced separately for applications according to each case. You can order or contact us at office@at.kfm.global for additional information.
Welcome, everyone. This is the Kesh Corona Telegram meeting in English. We call this the North American team, and it is January 23rd, 2022. Welcome everyone, as I just said. And as we saw the universal unit, we're all waiting for this. And there's a few variations, but yet again, he says that one unit can do many things. This is a new technology, a new understanding, a new way of transmuting and transporting. But we need to understand more about it. It's the totality of the knowledge, and it's part of our understanding is the creation of what we call the fundamental plasma or the neutron, and also to be able to control this fundamental plasma, which is again beyond my capabilities, although inside all of our bodies, we're constantly splitting the neutron on a daily basis, and not just one. It's going on apparently all the time. So we're learning to deliver the fields of creation in RNA and DNA as well. And this is a whole new dimension of understanding for us. We were used to propulsion and so on, but now we're going to understand something new. It's almost like he said, when you put a piece of food in your mouth, it immediately goes into a different field environment. So perhaps some will be trying to get this to fly in the matter state, but I think the first class flight would be in using your soul and learn how to move along with the soul and transporting and transmuting in that dimension. So it's a whole new understanding. And because we're all so physical, we want the easy way out, I guess. We see the seats there, and I guess we just figure we get in and fly with our thoughts. But I think it's going to be a bit more complicated until we understand more of it. So I thought we would go back to the 4/16, which was just last Thursday. Again, this was targeted in a way to nuclear scientists or people that work in jet propulsion labs and so on, but it's also addressed to the knowledge seekers, because we're going to need to understand this and move into this sort of understanding, which is the playing or the manipulating or the controlling, creating of the fundamental plasma, which we call the neutron. And again, I remember asking Alex, I think it was so many classes ago, about the neutron, and I thought he said the neutron doesn't really exist. But we'll clarify that a little more when he comes back in. It may be just my understanding. But Mr. Kesh indicated to go back to the first book, and I think it's in the first chapter and so on that we can start to understand more about this. And he said we're going to have to accumulate this knowledge over the next few months. I don't know who the candidates are that are actually going to go to the moon, but
Hello, Mark.
hello,
Mark, I'm sorry to interrupt.
go ahead.
I just wanted to clarify this business about the neutrons.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah,
A little louder, please, so we can hear you. I think I have my volume all the way up.
So the thing about the neutron is that it's a variable component.
Say
So-
again, I just adjusted my earphones. It's not that loud, Alex, for me. Is anyone else having problem hearing? We hear you, but it just seems like you're a bit distant. Please continue.
Hello, can you hear me now?
I'm hearing you in one ear rather than two. Maybe it's my system. Go ahead.
I'm almost at my maximum volume. You know, you might have adjusted your volume. Can you hear me, please?
Yeah, but I'm still getting you in one ear. It sounds like you're not in stereo today. Or-
I'm
He's
here.
fine on my end,
Okay,
Mark.
then it's my system. Thank you. Go ahead,
Okay,
Alex.
Randy, can you confirm if the volume is good?
He said it was.
Yeah, I've got my headphones on and you're in both ears. No problem.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so sorry for that distraction.
No, it's a neutron clarification.
As you can see, not all volumes are the same. Not all cars are the same. So
And
neutrons
not all
are not the same.
understandings are the same as well.
That's right. Okay, so it's part of our limitations in trying to define what a neutron is based on mass. That's what I meant. So when we say neutron, we have to say which neutron. Okay. So, and that's what I'm going to be talking about today. These limitations that we have put on mankind have to be taken off. So thank you very much for allowing me to make that clarification, and please carry on with your beautiful introduction.
We'll find out more. Sorry, I had my mic closed. I thought the electron and the proton and this whole conglomeration of energies after they split off from an original fundamental plasma is called a neutron. But we'll find out more from Alex. I want to thank you for being here as well, Alex, and enlightening us more. So I thought we would, again, as Mr. Kesh said, you need to go back and listen to these teachings time and time again until you get them. That's one of the reasons I like to play what Mr. Kesh says, because I couldn't hold a light in far as teaching the way he teaches. He's a genius in his work, as we'll hear later. And so rather than me trying to convey what I think I understand or what I'm hoping I get right, let's hear it from a true universal teacher and a true master. And that's one of the reasons I like to hear directly, because he can impact your soul much greater than I can. Although in the future, I think we'll all be able to do it if we reach this level of understanding the creation and the controlling of the fundamental plasma, the energy center, or what he says could be also called, and what we call a lot, is the soul. Oftentimes we've sort of surmised that the creator could just be just a big neutron or a small neutron that just keeps dividing and dividing and dividing and dividing, just the way it goes on in our bodies frequently and constantly all day and all night. I don't know if there's more in the day or more in the night, or it's equally divided. But our nuclear reactors that we're walking around with have this ability to split neutrons, to transport, to convert, and to transmute these energies. So if we would just figure out how our bodies do it, I guess we could do it in the same manner. Again, so I want to welcome you all here. We'll go back to the 416, and as Mr. Kesh says, we continue to listen to these recordings until it sinks in even further. And each time we listen to it, we might hear it a little differently. We might understand it a little differently. And of course, his voice is so warm and charming and penetrating that it's beautiful to hear the voice of Mr. Kesh. For some unknown reason, it just seems, at least with me, to link to me and speak to me. And again, it's not about anyone else. It's about you, your physicality, your soul, and your interaction with the creator. And this is one of the things about becoming enlightened, is that you don't need a middleman or a guru or a priest or a rabbi to make these connections that the Kesh Foundation continues to encourage us to develop. So we'll go back, and there's so much in here. Again, it seemed to be a rather difficult teaching in a way, but maybe we can take it apart little by little, and we'll spend about 20 minutes with Mr. Kesh in this teaching. I know he said it was targeted, as I said earlier, for people that work in the field of propulsion and nuclear physics, but the knowledge seekers may know just as much or even more than the current group that are out there. So we're all going to work together. I know it. He said it would take all the governments to unravel this knowledge, working together. And that's what these centers are going to be set up with cameras, so that everyone can see what everyone else is doing. And hopefully together, we can unravel more of this knowledge of the creator and the process of creation. So let's go over to this part here. Alex is going to come in about 45 minutes or so. This is not the one I wanted. This is the one I wanted. And again, I thought that was Stefania. It's Shweta. Welcome, Shweta. And again, he said, when you see the new door on the new units, he said that is almost like your mouth in a way. And when you put a food or something else in your mouth, it goes into a different dimension. So that's what's going to happen, I believe, in these units. Now, some people are going to try to make them fly, and maybe they will be successful. But again, I think there's more problems and issues developing it that way than to work with it in the dream state. He said so many times, I don't transport your physicality. I don't transport your physicality. Maybe in goods he will, and maybe on this planet he will, or to the moon and Mars, I guess, but maybe not even then. So we're going to try to learn more. We'll spend 20 minutes or so with Mr. Cash here, trying to explain to the nuclear people, to the propulsion experts, and to the knowledge seekers more about the direction and understanding he's helping us to achieve. Does anyone need anything before we go here, or wanted to say anything? Thank you, Alex, for coming in and clarifying a little bit more on this elusive neutron in a way. At least it was elusive to me. So we'll go in and here, as I said, about 20 something minutes here. And again, you need to keep repeating this until there's a fuller understanding. And as you absorb more knowledge, these words seem to take on different meanings. As certain people say, and I can attest to the same thing. You can go back and read the book the second or third time, and it seems totally different, or your understanding is a bit more elevated, that you can pick up more pieces of it. But it's going to take all of us on this planet to unwind and unravel the knowledge that Mr. Cash is delivering. Let's see if we can get this to start in the right spot. For some reason, this system doesn't start the way it used to after an upgrade.
These flight systems are nothing but cascades. Cascades we make and we leave it there. One day somebody will understand. It's the responsibility of the knowledge seekers who understand this. Especially I speak directly to the Chinese aerospace space people, directly to the American space scientists who work in the nuclear industry and into the plasma fields. You will not succeed. As we saw in China, they invite us and they said, can you give us the fuel composition that we can just fly? I can give.
All right, I was just trying to increase the volume, and I think I've done something here, but let's see if we can back it up a hair and get this going again. Sorry about that.
It's the responsibility of the knowledge seekers who understand this. Especially I speak directly to the Chinese aerospace space people, directly to the American space scientists who work in the nuclear industry and into the plasma fields. You will not succeed. As we saw in China, they invite us and they said, can you give us the fuel composition that we can just fly? I can give you the fuel composition, but you don't understand what's the next step. Flight is not the only object, because once you fly with a plasmatic condition, you become part of a new field within it. And a nuclear physicist, especially a space physicist in a plasma field, have not understood this. It's a job of scientists to to the layman that understands. Layman is not the one who is happened to be on the street. It's the nuclear physicist, it's the plasma physicist, it's the cosmologist, all the what we call aerospace people on this planet. They are the lay people. They have not understood, and they need to be enlightened, they need to be taught for them to see to the next step. When we put people in these structures, when we put people in understanding of the work of these systems, we need to understand the totality of their structure. We need to understand what this structure brings us, what would affect us, what will bring the changes which we will see in the coming time. Once we install the systems, once we bring these systems into operation and fit them with what we call the latest space technologies, a lot of things will change. With systems, once the whole structure is fitted in, the man is not the man anymore. Is the plasma of the man, is the what we call the structure of understanding of the totality. This will bring a lot of dimensions to us. It is not anymore banana. And how can we, as knowledge seekers, bring the whole understanding of the flight with a plasmatic condition? Then we will see the man will change. The man will not be the same. The man will have to be, to understand, to be part of a new technology, new understanding, new composition of order of fields, new way to be able to transmute, transport, to be able to understand the totality of the knowledge. And then we have to see how much of this we have understood and how much of it we can replicate. Maybe today's teaching open your eyes, especially those of you who work on the edge of technology, to understand this. We have to become the creator of that fundamental plasma. We have to become the controller of that fundamental plasma. How to be able to split it and how to be able to bring it to create a new condition that allows us as a scientist, as what we call understanding of new technology, to be able to deliver a comprehensive system that carries the emotion, carries the what we call the fields of creation, and carries the physicality of the man in both RNA and DNA. And this will be a major breakthrough for a lot of you. And this will bring you the understanding of the totality of the knowledge of the creation. If you can understand this, and if you can take it to the next step, then you have gone one step further in the whole process of the creation of transmutation and transportation. And maybe we enter a new dimension. Maybe we come into the position to understand the creation of fundamental plasma. Maybe then we should be able to replicate the creation of fundamental plasma. Then maybe we can reach the point to understand the creation of the totality of the creation. Then would be a place for theology, and would it be a place for what I call understanding of the creation. Would we, as a new race of man, for the first time understand partially more of the total structure of the knowledge of the creation. Fundamentally, we can say one thing. And that is, this machine, as we see it, is another craft, is another man-made craft with a physical dimension of entrapment of the physicality. Once we embed into it the plasmatic systems, the creation of the fields of the plasma of the creation within the walls of the system, this craft is a universal flight system. In a way, it can travel the depth of the universe. That's what is called the universal system. And it can deliver man at any point in the universe. It's the totality of the understanding of the knowledge of the man who has to go and become beyond the extent of the knowledge of today. How would mankind fly with this machine without the plasmatic system inside it? And how man will fly with these systems with a plasmatic system inside it? How we will come in touch to see the grandmother or the mother with a full emotional understanding, with a full comprehension of existence in the dimension of the magnetic field of the universe, and us in the dimension of the fields of the plasma as part of that magnetic field. The connection for us to see the mother is a connection of the fields which we established as a division of the cells of the energy of the mother with us. The fundamental plasma is the mother, and the child is that division of the fields and the strength in the fields. We have not even managed to understand that in the dimension of the plasma. How does the energy divide in a plasmatic condition in the field strength, not in the plasma strength? Is not cutting the plasma anymore, is splitting and keeping the same the fields of the plasma, the fields which make that plasma, and at the same time keeping the fundamental principle of the plasma and all its information within it. where do we go with what we have on our hand today? What is the position of us now that we have come to realize that the science of the man has opened itself to a new dimension of the understanding, where the fundamental plasma can divide into, and then in any proportion, it can come back to a new plasma, or it can return back and keep and create the first and the same fundamental plasma, where this, by its inherent condition of the fields of the environment, will create what we call frictions and a small release to this environment. How can we go back directly to this and not to this? This is the dilemma for you as a knowledge seeker, as a nuclear physicist. This is the question which I asked years ago from our senior scientist in nuclear industry, and nobody had answer. Now, as a simple knowledge seeker, you have the answer, you have the technology, you have the knowledge to be able to create this. Understanding of the totality, understanding the truth about the division of the fields is what mankind will come to understand is the key to the world of new science, is the key to the new world of understanding of the technology. This is where we become a scientific organization and not a cult. Even though up to now you spoke about the soul, but the soul to a nuclear physicist, a plasma physicist like me, is in fact a neutron. I can give it any name you like. The soul. Make it to become the soul of physicality and the physicality of the man. A proton, an electron, or anything else you like to call it. I can paint it the way it suits your eyes, but it does not change the fact about the knowledge of the creation. And then at the same time, this will be divided into others and to the others and to the others and the rest of it. Where this fundamental plasma, in the process of its division and condition, and in the process of interactions with the fields which it created itself, will create new plasmas, new conditions, new what we call divisions, that the interaction of these fields now creates a new plasma. Wouldn't that be the soul of the creator, and this the soul of the man, which in fact it came from the beginning. I made man in the image of myself, because it comes from the process of division of the fields of me. And I don't need to divide myself, as at this point I can release part of me, that it becomes part of this division. And I can interact anywhere at any position with anything. Then you understand some of the names given to the Creator in Quran, part of the 99 names of Him. And if you understand all, when you read Quran, you understand the 100, which is this, the 100. understanding is omnipotent. His understanding every others because he radiates the same. It depends where you interact with him. He doesn't decide this part of the plasma of the universe will receive less and the other. He radiates the same, like a sun. It's you and the fields which turn and toss and create the winter and the summer, the black and white skin and everything else. But in truth, the fields of energy of the Creator radiates amongst all of us. And if you understand this, in this fundamental system of lights, we create that embodiment. How closer you want to go back and how you want to understand the process of creation, even while you are within the system. As you see the totality of the field, I create a new field condition. This is why, if you understood, I always said, I can give you a fish. I can give you a man in a pool, if you remember. Because I have the knowledge to be able to create the fields of the universe within the water. Then, as I change the fields with the strength of the field of the emotion of the soul, I create a man or the beast or the fish. One drop. That drop is the energy fields of the creation, which to my knowledge is easy to make, to use in magic. Now you understand more about the totality of the knowledge of the plasma technology. Now you understand the fundamental questions which I have put across the scientific world and professors and lecturers in the life, in universities and colleges, and nobody could answer. And you as a layman, as knowledge seekers, can see and understand more than professors and the doctors and the PhDs at this moment of time on this planet. This is the truth once you understand the process of the creation. How do I make that fundamental plasma? I call it a neutron, I call it a soul, I call it the essential source to create that condition with love, with care, with respecting life. And then you understand the biggest question in the world of science and technology today. Have the knowledge seekers understood enough to be able to create the fundamental plasma and then to be able to divide the fields of the plasma, which up to now is unheard of? Or can you strengthen the field of the plasma that it leads to a higher strength to go more into the center of the plasma? Or can you find a way by not division, but by giving, that you can go further? That with this further point, at one point and another, will bring you to the point of the creation. I made man in the image of myself. And I gave man the rights to understand the knowledge of the creation. It's for man to understand the totality. And this is the point of manifestation of Mitra. For man to understand, to go back to and come from, and be part of the totality and understand the truth about the knowledge of the creation. The soul of the man and the soul of the physicality of the man. I hope today you understood more. And I hope today, with a lot of the scribbles on the board, you understood where you came from, where you come from, and how you can become the creator of the next cycle in the proportion of understanding of your knowledge. It's not just creating the children of the man. It's creating the children of the soul of the man, which becomes the knowledge of the creation and the creator. And that's what we call the Mitra. Understanding the process, that the knowledge of the creation and the creator comes back to become the creation and the creator itself. Thank you very much for allowing to share the knowledge and at the same time understanding the totality. We go through a break and come back and answer any questions that you might have. Thank you very much, Rick.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kesh. Okay, we'll take a break here for a few minutes and be back shortly.
Okay, so that was about 20 minutes of a 4-hour workshop, maybe 23 or 25 minutes of a. But one of the things I noticed when he starts out in the 416, he said, we come to one point. We can match, we can copy. Now, in the clip that you just heard, he said replicate several times. We can replicate. Now, is replicating the same thing as copying? Well, we think of copying as just a mindless sort of thing where you see A goes to A and B goes to B with no understanding. As he said, monkey see, monkey do. But replicating and copying to me is almost the same in a way. And that's what we're doing here. I think we're replicating. Maybe copying is a lower type of word than replicate sounds more important, or you're really doing something by replicating something. I know we have a replication system within the Keshe Foundation
Mark?
store. Yes?
Mark, I believe, in my understanding, I believe replicate comes with understanding. Copying might just be, in essence, to just copy with no understanding. So
Mindless copying.
mindless, yeah.
Because we know in the world of energy packages that it can replicate itself, can't it? Or it can copy itself. It can copy the RNA and DNA. So that's where I always saw the creation as, again, what is the neutron doing? If it started out as the creator and replicated itself or split from itself, and we know when we break a small piece of a big magnet off, it's the same as the magnet it came from. So is that a copy of the magnet? Is that a replication of the magnet? I'm not afraid to say copy, but as you said, Ike, it shouldn't be a mindless endeavor. We should understand what we're doing. And this is the new understanding of the fundamental plasma, the controller of the, we need to become controllers of the fundamental plasma. A new way of understanding, a new way of transporting and transmuting. That's why I continue to think that we're not going to be moving so much the physicality. Otherwise, what's the difference of what we're doing now? Yeah, we wouldn't burn fuels. Maybe it would be magnetical gravitational positioning on the planet and so on. But it just seems like with these, that's why they call them, he said, the universal system, because it can move you to any point and position in the entire universe, which again is beyond my comprehension. But he said in the next few months, knowledge seekers are going to have to learn this. They're going to have to absorb this and understand this. And so at least we're slightly ahead of the current nuclear plasma physicists and those who work in this area. We have more knowledge than they do, even though we probably, not many of us have a PhD or anything like that. but he equated it to the dream when I know he asked Mernez, have you had a dream in the last few days? Then you're doing it. So it's very similar. And of course, you see the door open on the unit. And he said that would be equivalent to your mouth. And Jalal had brought that up in one of the teachings recently about putting something in your mouth. It goes into a whole new different dimension. And he said we could, Mr. Kesh said, well, you know, if it's just a shell, then you have the physicality in there. Once you have all these reactors mounted in the walls of this unit, it becomes a totally different environment within these units. So that's the way I've seen it. Would anyone else like to add some understanding to this? And don't feel shy or you'll get it wrong, because nobody's wrong here. And it's just your understanding and your position, which can add to someone else's understanding, whether they're in the group here or whether they listen to these teachings later on. And I would not feel at all that you don't know enough to say anything, because you do. So we'll
Mark,
just
may I?
open the floor for a minute. Jacko or
Yes.
Jaco, hello,
Yes.
depending on
Hey,
where you're
everybody.
from, Sweden, Switzerland.
It's still Switzerland, yes. For me, there's a difference about copying or replication. I think the copy is in the physical form, and the replication is in the field form, in the soul form. I think that is the difference that I understand. And then the picture that we see now, we're looking at, somehow it shows that, like with a love, if there's a real love, there's always more than the parts separated from each other. And here with the repulsion that comes back and gives more, for me, this explains why this is in love. And the traveling, if we really want to travel in the field, then somehow we have to replicate ourselves to be able to travel and to come back. And in fact, it is all part of the manifestation. If we see life in physicality as a enduring manifestation, then we also start to understand that when we can replicate, we can always return back to this manifestation.
Agree.
So that's my point of view, and then how I see the difference between the copy or the replication.
And he did say, you know, we create children in the physical life, but our true children come out of our soul in the next cycle, in a way.
Yes.
And maybe we're approaching this next cycle with all these little circles here.
Exactly.
These are new divisions. And then he said you
Exactly.
could move back to the original if you knew how, or I guess you could take a different position and appearance if you wanted to manifest yourself. Again, this is a knowledge that's quite new to me, but we have been contemplating it for a number of years. So we're getting closer to being able to do some of this. And maybe as one or two start to learn it and understand it, they can share it, and the others will be able to. So if you had two people and then they share with two other people, now you have four and they share it. And again, who wouldn't want to understand how to move around this planet or around the universe? And once we learn that, would we want to go and get on a jumbo jet anymore? We wouldn't have to. We wouldn't have to stand in line. We wouldn't have to show a passport or paperwork or other things that has been required as of late. But we'd be able to move in the dimension of the physicality, or we'd be able to move in the dimension of the plasma or the neutron. Maybe we shouldn't even say the soul anymore. We should say the neutron. Anyone else want to come in? And go ahead, Jacko, if you have more.
Yes, the deviation we see, that is why the ethos is so extremely important, and our personal humbleness, because you give further the way you give yourself, and this deviation is in fact the replication or the giving further like a birth. So yeah, for me, more and more it becomes clear what Mr. Cash in fact wants to say, and there's still a lot more to understand and to learn, but it goes step by step.
Yes, we all go for the bigger and the stronger, but Mr. Kesh goes, he says, I go for the smaller and the weaker
Mm,
and the humbler because it's closer to the creator and of course a giver. So yeah, some of us have our things, we think the bigger and the stronger is the way to go, but he goes for the smaller and the weaker and the humbler. As he said, when he comes into any meeting, which is so hard, I mean, that he puts himself lower, and I don't know why he would have to put himself lower because he's carrying the totality of the knowledge of the universe, but he does, he puts himself lower, he said, than everyone else in the meeting that he comes into. So this is the degree of humbleness he carries, at the same time carrying the total knowledge of the universe.
but it is understandable if you understand the giving in the ethos of the foundation, because what you give is what you receive, and then it is the way of the humbleness that will bring us further, will take us to space, will open up these books that are still close to us till now.
Yes, and isn't that why the black hole has everything attracted to it? Because the stronger plasmas have to feed the weaker plasmas. And so everything is drawn into the black hole, but then of course it chews it up and pushes it out in another, let's say, galaxy, perhaps. But yes,
Will
it
be a
doesn't
hell
just
of a
hold
ride.
on to it.
Yes.
As he said, if the pockets are full, you can't put any more in it. But if you empty the pockets, as the black hole gives out new basic materials of construction for the universe, it can absorb more. And that's probably similar to what we could do.
Exactly.
Anyone else want to add anything else? I know many of you have heard this teaching more than once, probably, or maybe just once. And it is quite profound, as it seems like every week Mr. Kesh delivers another profound part of the knowledge. And again, even understanding this, he said, we can get one step further into understanding everything. So there's many, many steps to reach to the top of the, or levels of understanding, let's say, but they all build on one another. Anyone else would want to come in and say anything else you'd like to add to the knowledge or contribute? Please feel free. No one's going to say you're wrong or anything along that line. Mernez, have you had a dream lately, Mernez?
Yes, I do. They're helpful, but it needs analyzing. Hello, everybody. Good night. Thank you for giving opportunity for us to be again together. I'm wondering, we know that God loves us. We are created in his image. And now at this age, after
What do you mean,
such a long time,
25? You're 27?
no, this age of humanity,
Oh,
in
the
fact,
age of the, yes.
we are starting to learn from ABC. We're just starting, and even though we can understand it, it's still different from developing it. Like we have way to develop it, even though maximum we can really understand the situation. How come? What made us to go away from this knowledge? For hundreds of years ago, we could go to that. Like we had here and there, even though there was not information at the time to pass around, We had people like the Sufis, the Dervish, some poets like Rumi. Please read a little of translation of Rumi. I don't read it very much, but it's so much the same thing. And they had this kind of transmutation and things like that. But, or the prophet, which Muhammad, who went from one city in one night to another and learned the things and he came back. Why we didn't go into this knowledge, I'm wondering. What happened that we went to other side? It's good that we are coming back to original knowledge, and I hope that we develop it so the generation after us, they can make it in the room, the children. But that was just what I was thinking about. How come we just came to this knowledge now? Because without this, we're still in this planet. We cannot move far.
Don't forget, up until about 600 years ago, I know at least in Europe that 95% of the population was basically illiterate.
Yes.
They couldn't read, they couldn't write. Only the king and the 5% around the king would get any sort of health care, any sort of education. People were just running around as human yahoos in a way. Whatever land you were born on, the person that owned the land owned you and your services. So that was the condition for, well, maybe not all over the world, but in a great part of the world.
Absolutely.
And this was the problem, that the mankind was just abused. And as he even alluded to Iran in the 70s, he said that a major part of the population could not read or understand, and whatever the mullahs or the others did, they just accepted it because they had much more knowledge. So now that we've started, again, we educated the man in the matter state, but now we're educating the man in the understanding of the work of the universe. So this is a profound jump in my humble opinion, because the matter state, no connection in a way to understanding the plasma, the way we boil water or other things. He said there's no need for these huge, big reactors and nuclear plants to do any of this. And then, of course, we're creating all the radioactivity, which he said if we understand this plasma, we can put a coffin in the nuclear industry. I don't know how all those who are building plants at this time are going to feel about it. I know there's many on the board and so on, but it's a much safer and a much better way to go. And we had no idea any of this really existed. I know our soul showed us we can dream and showed us a part of it, but it was always seemed to be confusing and mixed up, and no one could understand it.
Yeah, because it's like somebody who just wakes up. You know, you wake up, you don't know where you are. We are like this. I think because those who knew it also very little, very high level at the time, the Roman prince had to pay the scientists, and you know, and they work, and they didn't share it with the
No
population.
question. I
If
often
they had share it, yeah.
I often think about that Eastern Orthodox. Someone asked Mr. Kesh a question in one of the Knowledge Seekers workshop. He said the priest does a procession and he's carrying candles and they're not lit. And all of a sudden the candles light. And Mr. Kesh says he's lighting those candles with his emotion. But he's telling the parishioners that, you know, it's the holy, it's God or the Holy Spirit or something else, and everybody, and even I would be fooled by that in a way.
Yes.
I mean, maybe not right now, but years ago, just to see how could that can't be a trick. But he's Mr. Kesh, I distinctly remember, said he lit them with his emotions.
So in a way, maybe it's the right time now, the first occasion, because we have internet, can go anywhere, even in the mountains.
Yes, he said the
when
time had to
taking
be
the
right
lessons.
for all these things to be conveyed globally. And apparently some of the systems we've developed would allow us to do that. Anyone else, or do you have more, Myrnes?
Just the right time is now because humanity can come in and they can develop it all together. Every head has his ideas. So we can use all these people, everybody, and use it to develop the knowledge. Thank you.
Right, and he also said that, you know, these energy packages have something to do with it as well, where we seem to match with the first inoculation and then the second, the third, but now it's the fourth and we have no match. Our administration here in the United States said they're looking for new knowledges and new ways to solve problems. And of course, the Kesh Foundation is right here to provide them. And I know there's been some closer ties as well as to the military and which he alluded to in this workshop, as well as the administration in the United States. And I think all people are looking for a new way of doing things because we can see the old ways just haven't worked in our current problem, as well as feeding everybody or providing electricity to everyone and so on and so forth. So these structures are all in the process of changing. Whether it's going to happen slowly, I hope it happens a little more quickly, but whatever way it happens, it'll be right on time. Just like the scientific report, we were all saying, how come it's not being published? It's been out, it's been finished for months, and Mr. Kesh said it'll be delivered, and it'll be delivered right on time.
Yeah, that's so we are a survival generation. Survivors, we are all.
Okay, before Alex gets too frustrated, let's go to the, anyone else want to add anything else? We're going to go to the Dome of Peace if we can. But even before we go to the Dome of Peace, let's see if I can play this little clip. Again, Mr. Kesh said he may announce himself on the 22nd. He might announce himself. The Mekti may announce himself on the 22nd of February. But here's a little clip, and I'm sure many of you caught this when he was explaining. Now, this is in the Q&A. So let's see if we can just get to it where he sort of pre-announces, if you want to put it that way, about himself being the Mekti. And again, I was looking that up in the dictionary and on Wikipedia and a little bit, but it says the one who's rightly directed. Of course, it is the promised one and so on. But he said further on in this workshop as well, we're all Mektis, that you don't need any of these other connections. And that's the point of enlightenment, where you don't need a guru or a priest or anyone. It's between you, the creator, and your soul, as I understand it at this point. So let's just hear him sort of pre-announce something.
But this was to create a field. Now I use my reactors to do the same. I changed the shape, but with controlling reactors, I keep my fields. I'm a genius in what I do because I know what to do, because I understand the technology. We are messengers of God, and we have access to the total knowledge of the Creator. I am the Mekti for those who have doubted it.
So he is the Mekti for those who have doubted. He's a genius in his work. So let's go to the Dome of Peace. And of course, it is Sunday, and this is the day that we have been asked by Mr. Kesh to spread the GANS waters across the planet in your area. Today, I just did around my property or my house where I'm living now. And he said that was important too, not to neglect where you live, even though we have GANSs inside the house and there's fields and so on. He said it was important not to neglect where you stay or where you live. So that should be also included in spraying this Dome of Peace. So let's just go to that for a minute and hear Mr. Kesh read. I thought it was funny. He says, Stefania asks him if there anyone else? And he says, yes, me. And then he says, I don't know this guy.
Okay, I will look. I will look for it. I don't know if anyone want to read this demo piece. Anyone want to offer?
I
With a
will
nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Ah! Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Okay, so again, no one is forced to do anything in the Keshe Foundation, but it was just a request from Mr. Keshe that you take Sundays and you spray the GANS water at 12 p.m. CET or 18 p.m. CET in sort of a coordinated fashion. And again, we leave it up to you to decide what you'd like to do. We also have the elevation of the negotiators and the scientists and the leaders in the 5+1 talks. And here, Mr. Keshe had said that this was for the physicality of the man, in a way, for us to physically do something. And the enlightening the souls of the negotiator in Linz is something you can do with your soul. You don't have to move from your position. You don't have to go over to Austria. You can do it right from the position where you're at. And of course, the beauty of it, he said, is no one fails this test. So you can all do it. We can all do it. Each one of us may contain different souls that certain people can take from. So don't feel that you're not doing anything because you don't see anything actually happening, or you're not there in Linz to, be right next to someone to enlighten them. You can do it from across the planet, or probably even from across the universe, if we understand this technology and its capabilities. So that is another area of enlightenment or elevation that we're practicing with. Mr. Keshe said he'd handle the physicality of these negotiations, and it would be up to the knowledge seekers and anyone else who would like to enlighten or elevate the souls of the negotiators of the IEA or IAEA. It seems like there's two different groups there, and including the world leaders. And each delegation, he said, is comprised of about a couple thousand people. And I'm so surprised we don't hear any reporting of it. Very, very little reporting of it, actually, when the Keshe plasma technology is totally on the table. And I know many apparently have gone over to the exhibition center, and have seen some of the products or some of the systems that the Keshe Foundation is offering. In addition to that, there's two other points. John, did you want to say something? John? Okay. No problem. And the first point was that the magrevs that are being made in Iran, there's a lack of understanding apparently, and he's asked us to, even though he's made suggestions or asked them to do certain things, they haven't quite caught on or understood exactly maybe what Mr. Keshe has conveyed to them. So we want to keep them in our prayers and our thoughts of enlightening. And again, it's not just for electricity. I think Mr. Kesh alluded to the fact that these are the crumbs of the magrav, and we all seem to go for crumbs, but he said this device, if you understand it, can do many things. But one of the things he mentioned was that it's a feeding system. It can actually feed you. So we want to keep Yusuf and his team enlightened, and you can do that with your soul the same way we were successful and continue to be successful in enlightening the negotiators in the Linz. Furthermore, there was apparently a knowledge seeker that's in the hospital right now. He didn't mention any names, but we also want to elevate or enhance that soul who's not feeling well. He said we all knew who the person was, and but it's up to us to take that little project. And again, it doesn't take a lot of work working from your soul. It's basically instantaneous. And the beauty of it is don't doubt yourself, because he said no one fails this test of using your soul and adding your fields of enlightenment. So you can all feel proud that you've been successful in that, and can say positively that you've had an influence and a part in these 5+1, 5+2, or 5+3 negotiations, depending on your point of observation, as in many things in the universe depend on your point of observation. So that was it. Would anyone like to add anything else? I know there are teams in Mexico that have sprayed together and they've created videos. Dean, I see your mic is open. Come on in.
Yeah, Mark, hi everybody. Can I just say that there's something that's stuck within something that I heard recently from Mr. Kesh and through the knowledge, and it was to do with feeding. You just touched on it then, feeding. So we're talking about being able to interact with the soul and being able to feed. So Mr. Kesh said that one plant placed within the reactor would be able to feed the world.
Feed the entire nation, he said.
Feed the entire nation. Okay, feed the entire nation. So the energy flow within inside that small plant has the potential to be shared much more than we realize. And for me, that sort of made me understand a little bit more about how knowing all that we know about the soul and the soul interactions that we've had, and about that particular being being able to share its energy with a whole nation from one tiny little seed. So the ability of a soul that is communicating with, let's say, the 5+1, 5+2, +3, the actual intention, the thought process that actually initiates that plasma flow, that energy flow to those souls that are present, has the potential as a seed to go much further than this. And even with the thoughts and intentions that we have towards this peace process, I think it has much farther reaching capabilities and influences than just that particular sphere of influence, which is within the peace negotiations, because I think that it expresses itself and radiates forward much further than that. It will be touching, as the plant does, as that seed is planted and it nourishes and grows, and it has the capabilities to feed a nation. One tiny little plant.
One plant, he said, could feed. I mean, again, I think of Christ, and there's a couple examples in the Bible where he took a few loaves of bread and a few fishes, and he fed the crowd that were hungry. And I always wondered, how did he do this? How could he feed thousands of people with 3 fish and 5 loaves of bread? And again, it's through the fields that he did it. When I asked the priest or I asked the minister, how, oh, it's a miracle, it can't be explained. You can't explain these things, these are miracles. But now we know with the science, it's not a miracle. It's actually, there's a scientific understanding of how it's done.
Yeah, and that's the issue. I've been having conversations with some people, some souls recently, and they had this deep belief of this Christ consciousness being outside of themselves, that it was not within. I tried to explain how it was within, but they have this belief system that it's outside of themselves. And so it made me realize and come to understand the task that we have, the opportunity to enlighten and to elevate these souls without trying to push anything on them, but just to give the information, as you rightly said, in a scientific way that goes beyond theology, that actually explains it so that it is understandable. So we take away that, as we all know, that mysticism that has grown around some of theology's teachings, and the knowledge of being able to extract the essence of energy from one single plant that would feed, as Jesus Christ did, was on a soul level, and we have those souls that soul teaching within us, and it's being spread now, and not only is it being spread verbally and physically through the internet, it's also through our thoughts and intentions, which is the most powerful, as we know. And we're touching the fields of every being that is within the structure of not just this planet, but way, way beyond this. And with the intentions of the Universal Council, the Earth Council, the core team, the foundation, Mr. Kesh, and the knowledge seekers, and all you wonderful people that are present now, all the souls that are present now, this knowledge is becoming a force, it's becoming a field strength that, as we know, that the magnet's already flipped. This position is already changed, and it's just in the process of being repositioned. Each and every magnet is just gradually positioning themselves to find a position to be able to give it and share it more. And just as the plant will has, it has the capabilities far beyond the understanding sometimes of, even though we're trying to get this knowledge out, even with the knowledge seekers and all of us, we have this knowledge, we need to really understand our true capabilities, which are, as Mr. Kesh has taught many, many times, unlimited. So that's this. Thank you, Mark. Thank you.
Yes, Dean, and that's what he said in one of the Italian meetings he went to, that it's been the soul or the neutron or the energy source has been purposely hidden from the man, whether it's the Christianity or any of the others, so that the man could be abused, that you could never find the soul because they told you it was here, it was out in the universe, it was somewhere else, but it's actually in your creator is inside you. And this was purposely done to abuse the man. But again, there'll be no punishment for this. There'll only be elevation of the soul. Stefania, you don't have to raise your hand. I'm glad you're not in the hospital. I was thinking of you earlier today. Go right ahead, dear.
Hello, good evening, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. I just wanted to add something. I came actually late today as well, but I heard the teaching today on my own. So I would like just to say a couple of things.
No problem.
Thank you. So the first one is that from those teaching, what if we take in, I mean, this is my personal experience, that everything that Mr. Kesh said over all those years, it's always confirmed to be true. This is my personal experience I had by my experience with the plasma technology. So now we know that with this technology, we can really make a change. We can really, like Dean said, from a plant we can feed the whole city. So is our, from my understanding, what Mr. Cash would like us to do, this is my understanding, is sharing knowledge. So he's sharing with us freely. So that's why I never feel like to be like a volunteer, because this knowledge is so priceless. He just said that from one plant we can feed the whole city. So I realized just today I was watching a Joe Rogan show with an astronaut from NASA who moved to work with Elon Musk. And it sounds so backwards and compare of what we know through the Mr. Cash teaching that they give us freely every week. So I was comparing our knowledge of what we know, normal people from any background. I was listening to these astronauts who has been, doing all these simulation fly. Or, what come out of the interview, first of all, the technology of today is not sustainable. It's overly expensive. People can die from it. It's not safe. It's just for few. It's got a lot of limitation. These astronauts was even talked about how he have to repair from radiation and the damage that the people are facing when they go on at the edge of the atmosphere. So it just was leaking from any direction, that knowledge. So in the last workshop, Mr. Cash, from my understanding, he said people have come to a point where they have to make a clear stand where all embracing this new knowledge, and we all move forward. And as you hear, Dean, and the benefits are unlimited, are imaginable, so to me it's actually is on us that we come across the Cash Foundation, we receive this knowledge freely. Is on us that follow the responsibility of taking it deeper, look more into details, take it deeper on your work. So the way you are, plasma can apply to it, and you can take it further. So it's not like you have to become a scientist. He said that this technology is like the sun, is got billions of spectrum where you can take it deeper. And then as a collective, we just learn it and apply. So that is the main things, is where our responsibility, me personally as a knowledge seeker, is on try to take it deeper, understand it deeper on my own way, and then try to teach it and share it with as many people as possible. So then we have teachers or people who they will be able to teach themselves to others, because we do need lots of people to be able to do this. So it's not a few people jobs, it's a collective work. So this is our duty, I think. So there is a lot we can do because we are the one who we come across this technology. So we have to just keep practice, keep learning, keep teaching, keep sharing, keep keeping doing this. So and I think this is already quite a lot and is a big contribution. Yes, and hopefully more people will understand the benefit of what we're offering, and easier will become to achieve what we wanted to achieve. But obviously, we're not going to stop until it's done, because the change is now. Many people waiting for this. The time is right. Many people are already building for a new world on their own ways. We have to just now connect the dots. There is a need. There is in any different ways, in environment ways, there is a need of clean up the environment. In healiness way. There is a need of restore balance to the human body and everything around us. So to take it to the next step. So hopefully, you know, it's not going to be too long, and we will have lots of fun with it. Yeah.
I rightly agree. And when Dean brought up and you brought up about feeding a nation with one plant, one of the phrases Mr. Keshe has said, and I like to remember it, we all think that wealth is in the pocket, so to speak, or in your purse or in your wallet. But he said that wealth is not in the pocket. Wealth is in the knowledge of the universe. He said, give me a piece of wood and I'll feed you with it. So this is the idea of the knowledge rather than going for the wealth, and so on and so forth. And of course, another project, Stefania, which you have spoken out publicly many times, is this World Peace Project, which we call One City, One Center. Would you like to add anything about that?
But this is a project that we present every Tuesday in the meeting with the Universal Council.
Is it okay to present it on Sunday too?
Yeah, of course, because you know, the more we talk about it, more people will know about it. Is a chance opportunity for everyone to join in or put focus your energy in something that it's not just good for you, but for good for the collective. So now it's a time where many people balance the book, where they now become more self-responsible. So they look in where they're going to invest their time, where they're going to invest their money, where they're going to focus on, what is the next step, what is the future of humankind. So, and here we got the perfect soup. So you have everything you need here. So it's a project where everyone can take part in any shape or form, in any ways possible. So everyone will be judge of themselves to know what they can give towards this project. The goal has to be the same for everyone. So that's why we call him a World Peace Project. The vision is, there is a beautiful vision of Mr. Keshe that I recommend to go and listen or read, where the vision, it's just fun. It's a worldwide peace, no wars, abundance for everyone. Literally, we will not be any more currency in the future, but obviously you need money in the transition time. So from this way of living to go to another way of living. But if you invest your money and time on something that's completely new, completely different of there is around you, and these completely new, different things that you focus on and you build it on, is the way to make the change, because no one will jump in the void. Everyone will have their normal life, carry on like everybody here, and then at the same time you build in something completely different from what you have now. It's like a dream become reality, you know. So you focus on your vision, you focus on your on the new world, on how you would like to live your life in the future. And so you focus on that, you build that, at the same time you carry your normal life. And we come to a point where these things will become so big that you naturally then you step into the new way of living, you know? So this is where our responsibility come into, just on towards this project. You just if you share the same vision of world peace, then you can participate. Usually you will sign a peace treaty, so your soul is committed. Many people now, they really make a mark on their sovereignty, on their being, you know. So this peace treaty also for your soul, where you signs, where you do not commit any war or crimes, you know. So So this will become forcible, and then you give your best on whatever you can. Every one of us can have something they can give. It can be financial help, there can be time, there can be skills, there can be something you can do in your spare time without stealing from your own self, because a lot of people here, they're born in themselves. They come here, they want to do a lot of good, and then give, and then they give too much, and then they're having problem themselves, and then they cannot help, and they maybe create more problem because they resentment. So it's very important that you give what you can, and you do your best. You are your own judge, and you implement the plasma technology. You look your language group. You get familiar with language group in Telegram. You start to gather in information, participate in Zoom, get yourself knowledge, make yourself knowledge going deeper, and then teach to others. So you can help in many ways. So this is also a soul world peace. So there is a physical part to it, but there is a soul part that is very important. So that's why Dawn Peace, we connect in the soul level. So it's very important to focus on the goods. And then when you focus on the goods, you open doors, and this door will open other doors, and the problem will not be anymore a problem, because the good will become so big, so good, that the problem will become so small that will not be a problem anymore. So it's very important for us to focus on the good. So when we hear news that are not online with our thoughts of that maybe we look in the newspaper or television, we detach to it. We detach. I remember Mr. Cash at the beginning of the pandemic. He said, if you see strong scenes or very delicate stuff that can hurt you, we have to learn how to detach from things that can affect us in a negative way, no? So and just focus on the goods, and everything will sort themselves out. Just trust that everything at the end, we don't know how it will get sorted. Something like that.
Very good. Thank you.
I just want to say just very small about the draw now that you just drew before. The draw of Mr. Cash, the one of the teaching of 2016, the one where he said that we have to really pay attention to the RNA. Yeah, this one here, no? And he said we will be able to choose which way we want to go, one way or the other way, no? And when I thought about this draw, I wonder if the direction or where we're going is dictated through the attention. So it's where you pay attention, it's where you focus on, it's where you're going, no? So I think this is my interpretation. Same things with the one city, one center, no? So if you focus on the goods, that will be the direction. So yeah, if you go back to the draw before, so, and also here, he said that through sensation, we will be able, but this is what I understood, no? So I don't know if I understood correct. But through sensation that you're holding the RNA, the information of the RNA together. So, and that is very interesting because the sensation and the feelings are what change structure in your body now. So if I give you bad news, right now,
you grow into it.
Yeah, all your body would change, no? If I said so-and-so is gone, passed away, someone you really know, suddenly you get sad. If I then said to you a very good news, like you won a lottery, then you know all your body. So your body literally change structure. I think we already shape shifting already, but we done in such a subtle way, and every day in any occasion that we give for granted. But your body always change and follow the structure. The structure always follow the action, the intention, the function, you know. So I make example now. If I say to you, if I want you to lift an arm, I can say to you, can you take a book from a top shelf? And you will lift the arm, because in order to take the book, you have to lift the arm. So the function of the body or the action always follow the intention. So I'm wondering if even here we're gonna control the spaceship and the direction, the where we're going, everything through the sensation of the whole thing, you know. Yeah, I just wanted to come with that. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And I also wanted to mention, you know, we all work for money so hard and we all think it's so important because this is what we're paid in with our labor. But when you donate to the One City, One Center project, and I'm going to play the part where Parkinson's and Alzheimer's can be reversed at the end. You're helping in so many ways, and you may not even realize it, that if you donate to this, and Mr. Kesh said, if you take one step, I'll take two. If you take 3 steps, I'll take 5. So if you donate, and it's all kept track of at the foundation, and units are brought into the city, you're actually returning the dignity of people that maybe have lost their vision or their speech or parts of their brain or Alzheimer's or Parkinson's or whatever you have, or even processing someone who's been damaged by the current wave of energy packages, let's say, or what they call the solution to the energy packages. So by donating, you're actually returning the dignity of so many people who thought there was never a solution or any help because they've been to so many doctors and they all say, there's not much we can do for you. You'll just have to live with it and so on. So that's why I would encourage you, what little donation or big donation you can make, you're actually banking forward and in certain ways elevating your own soul, as I see it. So thank you, Stefania. And I just want to encourage everyone. Go ahead.
Hey, Mark, yes, one thing is the good things about this project that usually before you will see donate for the children, donate for the blinds, donate for the cancer, donate for, but here we don't make groups. Here it's a project for the whole world, no one excluded. So when you donate to One City, One Center project, you donate for everyone. We don't make any more these groups where you got the blind, you got the children, because a lot of time those groups is what then sustain the problems for the longer time. So this is a donation, it will go for the whole, for everyone. So I think is the best way to, you know, if you have spare money, definitely is the best investment.
Agree. You're raising the souls of who knows who's going to go through these systems. And by you making a small donation or a large donation, you become part of that. You become part of the elevation of that person, even though you used money you gave from your soul because you wanted to see them elevated or their dignity returned to them. So thank you very much, Stefania.
You will be surprised how difficult it is to find ethical organization that stood up for the benefit of humankind. It's very difficult. I was trying to look for an alternative bank and it's very difficult to find ethical places where you know that they're doing things for the people, and out of the box. So we are really a rarity. So there are many people who they have a lot of cash, and for them is a problem where to invest. They wanted to, but they don't know where. They don't know enough about us. That's why it's again important for us to spread the knowledge, so people will understand more, and they will be able to make the decision is best for them. Because people, they don't understand. They need to be introduced to this. It's very new. So it's our this is where our job goes, to make it easy and simple, so everyone can understand in every field. So yeah, so this can be a great help for this project.
Thank you very much. Anyone else before we go to Alex's teaching? Because the mics will be closed at that point for probably an hour or more. So would anyone else like to mention anything before we go to Alex's teaching on the neutron, or an aspect of the neutron, let's say? Well, I think it's time. Alex, are you ready? Hopefully you have a nice warm cup of tea. Let's see if he should be here.
Good day, good day.
Yes, okay, great, thank you. I have the disclaimer ready if you'd like me to play that, but we want to welcome Alex again, as he's been so consistent on delivering the knowledge of the creator and the creation. And so we're very happy that you've joined us again, Alex, for another beautiful teaching.
Thank you very much, Mark. So let's get the official business out of the way, and then we'll get to the important business.
Okay, I'll play the disclaimer and then you can take the screen. How's that?
Thank you so much.
Okay. Here we go.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Alex, if you're ready, I think you can take over the screen. There we go. We see your screen. Thank you very much again. You're coming from a cooler country, but you're coming with a very warm and giving heart. So thank you very much for joining us and sharing and enlightening us more.
Thank you so much, Mark, and thank you for carrying the intro to this meeting. We all benefit greatly from your input there, and also the contributions of all the other members of the knowledge seekers. And there are many too many to be mentioned. So I want to thank you all for coming on this beautiful Sunday afternoon to North America here. In my neck of the woods, it is 30 degrees, and we want to welcome the South American people who are also probably enjoying 30 degrees temperature. So I won't tell you which one is which. Yeah, just have to figure it out. It all depends on which hemisphere you are in, and but we have people from all around the world, and as such, this is a beautiful Sunday all around the world. We are presenting here from the Kesh Foundation TV Spaceship Institute, and this is where science meets the soul. And science needs to meet the soul of man for peace. And these are not just idle words, as you can see by all the badges here, as the souls are aggregating to create an impact on this planet. And as such, I would like to introduce this class on plasma science. This is the Kesh Foundation Spaceship Institute. It is part of the Advanced Knowing series. Today's topic is unlimitations. Actually, there's one word that's missing here, if I may. It's a very important word, and we all know what it is, right? It's the soul, unlimitations. And my name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is January 23rd, 2022. And this is the Kesh Foundation North American Plasma Education Series. And as such, it includes Canada, a peacekeeping nation, the United Nations, the United States, the United Nations of the Hispanic community, mainly as far as North America is concerned, that'd be part of Mexico. And we still have these other states. We have the United States of Emergency still. And that is not even restricted to this continent, where we have the state of the pandemic, and we still have effects from mudslides, flooding, tornadoes, and even tsunamis. And then, of course, this is all reflected in the state of the economy. And so there are many, many states. But as I said, this is part of the advanced knowing, but it happens to be the last class in this series. And so what I've tried to do is break down all of these classes going back to October 14th, 2020, where we have basic teaching, and then we went into basic understanding, and then we went into basic knowing. And as such, we progressed through these basic classes, and we are at the end of the Advanced Knowing series. And in the Advanced Knowing series, we try to look at the subjects like the speed of life, the plasmagen state, another state, nanobiology, our emotional transformation, the supragranular layer. And today we are discussing soul unlimitations. That's right, unlimitations, which means we've had a lot of limitations. So I want to welcome you to the Plasmagen Travel Agency. We all need to understand that we're born to Earth. Many of us don't know how, and too many of us don't care to know how. But we were born for a reason, and as I said, many of us don't know why, and too many of us don't care to know why. And there are some who want to travel to Mars, and they don't really know how, and they don't really know why, and they don't care to know why you were not born to Mars in the first place. And so we have another state to deal with, and that's a state of ignorance. But ignorance has two meanings. One, you could be ignorant as in just being unaware, and that has a lot to do with your society that you're in, because that involves education as well. But there are those who are ignorant because they are aware, but they're unwilling. And so all of us seem to have this trouble where we can't cross the bridge, or we don't know how to cross the bridge. And as a result, too many of us don't want to cross the bridge. And what is this bridge? This bridge of knowing. and the limitations that are placed on it by another state, the state of corruption. And lest anyone get insulted, I just want to let you know that you can't insult the ignorant. So for the rest of us, it's time to get dirty because we have a lot of problems. We have a lot of problems on this planet, and the number one illness is cancer. And we still are talking about that, but the solution is on the way. We are traveling in uncharted skies now. So at this point in time, and this is going to be a little bit longer lesson because this is the final lesson. So I ask you to follow me as the leader, but please understand that I'm also a student. And so as a teacher, I become a student. And with these words, I hope you can hear me. For a lot of people, only what they see is what they believe. And so we have to sort this out. And that's why we have very rough seas ahead. And as knowledge seekers, we have to learn how to navigate on this planet, navigate in the inner space, navigate in outer space. And these are all really uncharted. And the best way to do that is to understand that the universe is the provider. And so we need to tune in. And we need to turn on to the energies that are being provided by the universe. And as such, we have to drop out of our limitations. And in fact, drop in to our unlimitations. So it's T-minus 133 days to the launch to the moon, June the 6th, 2022. Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute is planning on launching to the moon in and around that date. So book your tickets with the Plasma Gen Travel Agency and understand that, just because you're born to Earth, you are already a traveler. You are a soul traveler. And you don't need to carry baggage. So please proceed to the baggage check-in and check your baggage in there. Understand that you were born for a reason. And that reason is to be a universal functionary. So please proceed to the departure lounge because flight 2022 is now boarding. And we're going to have a very nice trip as we tumble through space. So I hope you all have a nice trip, suckers. We're talking about the creation of the universe. And why are we able to talk about the creation of the universe and how the universe is created? Because we now have the answers. All of us have asked this question, and too many have come up with the answer. Well, I don't know. Well, the universe exists from energy, you see, and energy is always in motion, you see. And energy, therefore, is positive, and therefore has to have a charge because that charge is representing the motion. And this energy can come together, or it can just tumble right through space, or it can go somewhere. And so this is all represented in book number 1, The Universal Order of the Creation of Matters. And as you see, the combination of the MagRav field there, and that is a plasma field. And when you get 2 plasma fields, they interact, just like the cups of life. So we have 2 cups of life. Understand that these are not the cups of pandemic. One is the cup of emotion and one is the cup of physicality. And both cups basically have a physical construction. And as a result of this physical construction, we create a magnetical field and a gravitational field. And as such, there is a relationship. And so these cups themselves have a relationship. So if we're still using these cups for our pandemic requirements, as you make your GANs, please keep them at least 1 meter apart because there are different aspects. There are emotional aspects and physical aspects. But once we put the 2 together, then they become the cups of man. And all of these fields work together, and they include the soul. And so each cup has a magnetical field, a gravitational field, and a soul field. And we, as emotional, physical beings with a soul, interact with this earth, which also has a magnetical gravitational relationship. And so the interaction between us as physical beings and the earth as a physical being is what we call the cup of inertia. And so it too has a magnetical gravitational field and a soul field. So fundamentally, plasma science is based on the magnetical field forces of attraction and repulsion. Very simple. Simple to say, not so simple to understand if we have to get into the details. So some of the details is that it is a two-way street. Most of us have been taught that it's a one-way street. And the two-way street involves both attraction and repulsion. Well, how can you be a two-way street at the same time? Well, that's the Maggrav condition. So the direction of flow is based on something else. It's plus the magnetical or plus the gravitational. And depending on which way you're going, it's either creation or it's decay. So the way you are going and what you are going with is the energy in motion. And so if we say that we are giving magnetically, that is an emission energy. And if we are saying that we are taking gravitationally, that is an absorption energy. So as this is an advanced class for many of the new knowledge seekers, a lot of all these details have been described actually in detail in the previous classes. So what we're trying to do is to bring all of these components together to understand the relationships. So fundamentally, we're saying that the Maggrav condition is a balance between the magnetical and gravitational field forces. So scientifically speaking, there's a conservation of magnetic fields. Conservation of magnetic fields. When we say that, we're talking about physical magnetic fields. But there's also a conservation of energy. And energy is not something that you can see. In fact, it's not something that you can hold. You all understand that there's energy in a battery, and you can hold a battery, but you can't hold the energy. And somehow the energy flows from within the battery and goes somewhere. And so this is how science describes energy in motion. Now, spiritually speaking, we can't see this energy either, but spiritually we say that we have a soul, and the connection between the spirit and the soul is actually the motor that drives us. And unfortunately, we can't explain that with our spiritual teachings either. So with the plasma science, we're adding to the knowledge. So we combine these two, where the science and the spirit come together for the soul of the man, for peace on this planet. And we already know all around us that we are having a problem, because when we look into the sky and we see a rainbow, we can see underneath the rainbow, and we look right down to the ground, we can see our earth, and we can see all the colors. But when we look beyond the rainbow, we can't see the colors. So what's beyond the rainbow? Just because we can't see it doesn't mean there's nothing there. And just because we can see it, we don't really know how it got there, do we? Unless we take other things into account. So this is the difference between the plasma science and the science of physics. And this is one of the things that we've been trying to cross this bridge and connect these two. But how can you connect it when you can't see it? So we have to understand the nature of relationships. So one of the limitations has been one of the limitations that's been is our understanding of the difference between outer space and inner space. So when we look at our inner space, we see energy as a particle, and we also see it as a wave, and we kind of get confused. But when we go into outer space, we have to talk about energy fields. And energy goes between these fields, as does a photon. And a photon is light. And as we just discussed, that light could be visible or non-visible. So if the light is visible, that is a photon. But if the light is invisible, does that mean it's a non-photon? And that's the vanishing point that we have a problem with, because scientifically speaking, verification and validation is the basis of science. But there's a limitation. That limitation is that the verification and validation has to be done by man-made means. So in order to make it, we have to know that it's there. Well, how do you know that it's there when you can't see it, when you can't hear it, when you can't touch it? How do you know that it's there? And if you don't have those criteria, how can you build the machine to measure? And so the way we understand our existence is through verification and validation for our existence. And so this we call confirmation. And this confirmation is limited to what we can see. So what we do know is that when you have a balanced maggrav, the balanced maggrav is invisible. What we're seeing is the magnetical addition to the maggrav or the gravitational addition to the maggrav. And so understanding this is what is limiting not only our science, but it's limiting our souls, because it's limiting our souls to what we are born to it. And we are born to this planet. And so when we say, well, you know, we only believe what we see, and so from out of nothing, we created GANs. We created GANs in our cups. And then within our GANs, we created the whole. And there's nothing there either. And so this is all based on the susceptibility of energy and motion. And if there's nothing in that whole, then is there a soul in that whole? And so we can ask the other kinds of questions then. When we look at all three books of the basic plasma series, where we add to it the structure of light. And that's what we're talking about, the structure of light. Where did it come from? Where is it going? And that is the link. And the origin of the universe. Well, if the origin of the universe is connected to something, what is that? That is your source. But if the source is the creation of matter, and the matter comes from the origin of the universe, then the origin of the universe is the source. Well, I'm confused. I don't know if this is backwards or if it's upside down. And so we're trying to get our understanding firmly planted, just like the vertical people. The vertical people, what we call the plants, don't seem to have trouble rooting. It's us, we just don't know which way we're going. So we do understand that there's a plasma, a matter plasma. And we do understand that it's physical and it is plasmatic, because all of us as knowledge seekers have experienced this personally, firsthand. So we know that something dominates, and it's not just what is dominating, but there's a common denominator. And so the common denominator question is it physical or is it plasmatic? So when we look at the basics, we started with nano coating. We nano coated our copper coils and our copper wires and our copper plates. And then we also nano coated other elements. And we found that there's a gap. And there are layers. And there are gaps between the layers. And so the combination of all these nanoparticles created star formations. And do we know if they're upside down or right side up? And do we know which way it's going? Well, yeah, it is. We do, because when we put our multimeters on them to give them a charge gradient, then we actually direct the flow. But we're not causing the flow. What we are causing is a combing, if you will, a combing of the field. So it sets up a pattern to allow the flow. So until there's a connection, well, there's no flow. If you don't know where you're going, how can you go anywhere? So, but what we do know is that we are not polymers, you see, because when you have 3 or more connections and it becomes a chain, that is a polymer. But when beyond 3 in the connection folds over, then we become an organic being. And that is how life is created. So the 5-cup stacker unit is a combination of the 3, which is the soul cup, the emotional cup, and the physical cup. And the other 2 cups, you have the earth cup at the bottom, and you have the cup of inertia that is in between the earth cup and the other 3 cups. So this is an odd number. Yes, it is. So where's the connection? Well, the earth is physical and our body is physical. So the center cup is common to the top 2 cups, completes the Holy Trinity. And the center cup is common to the bottom 2 cups, which completes the Holy Trinity. So the Holy Trinity is common to our physical body and is common to our physical earth. And so when we look at the periodic table of elements, what the problem is here is that they're all elementary. In other words, they're all standalones. And so we've isolated them. But we know now from our science that we can connect things. We can connect fields together. We have a balance of magnetical gravitational fields, and we have star formations. The most important star formation is carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, and hydrogen. But we know in the elemental table that carbon is like a lump of coal. And we are not a lump of coal. So the carbon that we're connecting to is not the carbon coal, but it's a carbon energy. And so we call that carbogen. And to blend with the nitrogen, oxygen, and hydrogen. So what we're saying also is that these elemental gases are gases in physical state, but there is a plasma nitrogen, as a plasma oxygen, and a plasma hydrogen. And the plasmatic star formation is the precursor for amino acid. So therefore, the precursor for amino acid is also aminogen. And we draw this in with our physicality, which we were talking about copper, zinc, and iron. And we were working within a field. And that field happens to be water that has a salt component in it. And so we have sodium, potassium, calcium, and magnesium salts in our environment. And there is some kind of energy that is connecting this. And that energy, we understand, is phosphoric. So when we look at ourselves and we see how the stacker units are stacked up, they look like a spine. And when they feed from the top down, don't they? But the thing is that they feed all of the components. So there is no discrimination. The feeding is unconditional. And depending on the field strength and the need, the energy is absorbed. So the condition of the feeding, it just feeds. And the condition of the absorption is based on the need. And so from that, collectively, that becomes one unit and within our bodies, and that gives us our spinal cord. And that energy goes from our spinal cord, which is positive, to our extremities, which are negative. So literally speaking, our head, our fingers, our toes, they're all negative, and our spine is positive. Well, fortunately for us, we have fatty acid, and the fatty acid is a product of the amino acid. And if we didn't have fatty acid, which has a characteristic of repelling water, then we would be just mush, because the fatty acid and the water that we have within us is not, or shall we say, has a boundary. And it's because of this boundary capacity that we can stand up and that we can exist. If we didn't have this boundary, as I say, we would have been mush. But when we look at this fatty acid, there's an interesting thing here, is because the structure of the fatty acid has a carbon spine. And the outer parts of the fatty acid are hydrogen. And so we just look at the top and the bottom. We're not going to look at the ends at this point. And we see that there's a balance. There's a balance, there's a hydrogen up and there's a hydrogen down. And so this happens to be a saturated fatty acid because there's a hydrogen on every link and they're all in balance. So from the top to the bottom is a balanced magravs. And so a balanced magravs is invisible. And this would explain why we're having troubles seeing with x-rays, because it's invisible. But some things are more visible, but not clearly. You see, the thing is, when we look at x-rays, the only thing that we may clearly see is we may see a metal pin in a spine, or we may see shrapnel or a bullet or something, and that is fairly clear. Everything else is kind of fuzzy, including our skeleton. And so there's something that's going on there. So when we are able to kind of see an image inside, but it's really very fuzzy. And that is because we are in a balanced magravs position. So what that means, what you're looking at is the skin, and what you can't see is what's inside, because what's inside is in balance and it's invisible. Well, so then what happens when it's not in balance, like with cancer or an illness? Well, guess what? You can see that with an x-ray. But these carbons are linked. Well, how can they all be linked if they're the same? So opposite poles attract. So we don't know which way is up and which way is down. So in order to attract with polarity, we have to flip some of the carbons over. And isn't it interesting? If you flip an H, it's still an H. And if you flip a C, it's still a C. So we really don't know which way is up, but it doesn't matter. It's inside our plasma being, and we're organic beings. But the thing is, we know that our fingers, which connect, are negative. And we know that two negative charges repel. So if there's a repelling at the extremities, where's the connection? What is keeping these carbons connected? What is the bond? And so in science, we say, well, there's a bonding force. Oh, yeah? So we know that because we can all grab our hands together and we can build a peace stone, and we can build unity, and we can do this at the speed of light. But there's a missing link. and it's only missing because we can't see it. Where is it? And so we can't see it, we can't understand it, and we don't even want to talk about it. And these are contributing to our soul limitations. So our soul limitations also obey the laws of attraction and repulsion. And so energy is converging. Converging from where? And then energy is diverging. Well, diverging to where? And then how do we break these boundaries, and how do we cross over these boundaries? So, we all like to be independent, and fortunately we're all different, right? And just like every soul is different, and souls are like neutrons, so every neutron is different, isn't it? So these are all the independent variables, but they depend on other independent variables. Yeah. So we are interdependent. And it's not just interdependent on this planet, but we're interdependent in the universe. And somehow, some way, there's a connection. And so we talked about that, the emotional transformation. As you can see, it's an emotional transformation that overrides the physical transformation. And it does this at the speed of light. So in other words, the magnetical field forces of which are gravitational and magnetical are over and above the combination of the attraction and repulsion forces. In other words, there's energy over and above that is diverging, and there's energy over and above that is converging. And at some point in time, there's a crossover point. And so this actually has become what we call the nuclear fudge factor. And it is our lack of understanding which has placed limitations on our soul. So these limitations cannot be explained, but our independence and the variability of our independence can be explained, and the interdependence can be explained. And we all know that we can go through different emotional transformations, and that can be explained. So that what's left over, let's just fudge that. So as we review our plasma terminology, we know that plasma is natural. And so fundamentally, to understand how fields work together, the straight line dimensions of the X, Y, and Z axis have been converted into X-axis being a rotation, Y-axis being polarity, Z-axis being the field strength. And so through our rotation is how we transmit. And we know that because we drive our cars along the ground. And we know by looking at the horizon that the Earth is curved. So how we transmit ourselves on this planet is we follow the rotation of the planet.
Okay, just a slight interruption. Thank you.
I'm back. Yes, thank you. So, however, if we go from the ground to the sky, that is a transition of fields. And so there are different field strengths, and we can transition these fields. So that's what a field is, whatever that range is of that particular field. And so we can transmute from one field to another. Each field is a plasma, and at that core, it has a plasma field strength, which determines its position. So it's these plasmas that position themselves compared to other plasmas. But when two plasmas interact, they create a dynamism in between. And that creates another field, and that is your dynamic plasma. So all of this obeys the rules of charges in motion. And so we find that physically we can transcend, and we know we can do this physically because we see that we can create GANs, and we can create a hole in the GANs, and we can see the physical manifestation of that hole in the GANs. But we did that without our physical interference. So we can do a lot of interference emotionally, and we can also do that with our souls. So there is a transcendence of us with our emotions, and there's a transcendence of our souls. And all of these things go through various geometries. So that's what I'm trying to describe here, so that we understand how the plasma works. So fundamentally, we know in physicality that we have transmission and transition. And so if we look at a circle and we compare the diameter of the circle to the perimeter of the circle, and we notice a couple of things. One of those things is that when we cross over the X and the Y axis, there's a crossover point in the center. And this crossover point is perpendicular. And that is the perpendicular vanishing point. Well, where does it go? Well, we have a relationship of pi, and that vanishing point is something that we can't see and we can't explain. So we call that a fudge factor. And so we need to have more target practice in how we go through these dimensions, which includes our physical, emotional, and soul dimensions. So when we talk about our physical dimension, the relationship of the diameter to the perimeter is 3.14 plus something. We don't know what that is. We can't account for it. So we're just going to fudge that. But we know that our Earth is physical. And we know that we have energy around the Earth. And we know that we have a plasma energy. So energy, all kinds of energy, seeks a path. So the energy comes in and goes out. But while it's within, it goes around. And if it can't go around and can't come in, then it maybe just goes right on through. And so what it does is we call susceptibility. And that susceptibility is determined by emission and absorption of energy. One moment. It is winter and the humidity is low. I apologize. So the emission is repulsion, and we call that a magnetical field force. And the absorption is attraction, and we call that the gravitational field force. So this energy is always in motion. And some of this energy we can see, and some of this energy we can't see, but we can see the product of that energy. So that product is based on the direction and strength of flow and the gradient charge versus the charge gradient. In other words, how strong is this energy and what direction is it going? Because that's what affects the transmutation or the field strength. And the field strength of the plasma is very important because when you get two plasmas together, you create a relationship. And that relationship reflects on the energy in motion. So the energy in motion, which we call a charge, is based on the synergy of the plasma energies, of the plasma fields, and the susceptibility of the energy relationship. So everything about natural plasma is a relationship reference. And our main reference is our physical range. But our physical range can transcend into a plasma range. How far? How big is large? I don't know. How small is small? So we need to have comparisons. We need to have measurements. And so we find with the old science, we have a basis point of 1. And so there's more than 1 and there's less than 1. But the thing about in the plasma science is once we get out of the old box of the old science and we start to think outside of the box, we find that as things get really, really large or things get really, really small, there's a tendency to curvature. And it is this curvature that explains when two forces come together. If there is a common attraction, if there's a common denominator, if there's a common flavor, and if there's a nearness and proximity, they will come together and do a little dance, which we call the X and Y axis. And more energy keeps coming. And so this develops a field strength. And this energy then becomes the Z axis. So more energy keeps coming. And what is this energy that keeps coming? Well, this energy we call PM ticks. So the PM ticks keep coming. And what flavor are these PM ticks? Well, there are 7 billion of us on this planet, and each of us has over 70 trillion cells. And that doesn't count the vertical people, the planets, the universe, and everything else. So we don't know how many PM ticks there are, but what we do know is there sure is a wonderful assortment. And as they all come together and they do this little dance and they start to be attracted to the core, and they do this by going around and round and picking up more energy. The more energy you have, the more dense you become. So, but it's interesting because opposite poles repel. I mean, like poles repel, excuse me, like poles repel. So this energy in motion as a charge, and it comes in contact with another charge. So there's a deflection. And in this deflection, something causes them to deflect. They won't crash, they will just deflect. And that is not visible. So what we're saying is when we have two forces that are coming together and they're the same, and so these forces to move are in the Magravs condition. In other words, each force has a magnetical gravitational component. And if these two forces that are coming together and they have a common denominator, then they will be the same. And when you have two forces that are the same or in balance coming together, they are invisible. So what we're saying is when we look at the rotating field, and as that grows, that energy has to go somewhere. So that's where we get the y-axis, the transition. So the rotating field is transmission. The polar field is transition. And then you have a balanced Magravs condition. And so with this representation of a balanced Magravs condition, where it has two fields on the x-axis, two fields on the y-axis, and 6 fields altogether on the z-axis, they are all in balance. So this balanced Magravs is actually invisible. And when we look at ray creation, science has recognized neutrons, and science has recognized electrons and protons. And science has recognized that there's a marriage between the electrons and the protons. The concept of PM ticks, the release of energy, the rays. This is the Kesh model of nuclear decay of the neutron. And so there's an energy being released. So one of the problems, of course, that we had to fudge was that the balance of the mass of the neutron has to be equal to the balance of the electron and the proton. But it didn't balance. So if we were to take two electron protons, which don't have a neutron, or in other words, they have the characteristic of a PM tick, and as they come together, if they come together, the direction that they're going is magnetical. But let's just follow the rotation. So if we were to say there's an infinity loop within the electron-proton combination, and let's say for our argument's sake that the proton, which is the bigger one in this picture, is rotating clockwise. In order for the path around the infinity loop to actually work, then the electron would have to go counterclockwise. And the interaction point, the point where the PM ticks are emitted, it naturally comes out on the bottom side because both fields are rotating together and they come together at the interaction point. And that interaction point, something happens there, and we don't know what happens in physical science because we can't see it, but we know that that's a PM tick. Why am I belaboring that point? Because we want to see what happens on the other side. So we have the electron on the other side rotating clockwise and the proton rotating counterclockwise. Yep, that works because the energy can go around the infinity loop. And of course, at the interaction point, the PM tick is emitted. But there's something wrong with this picture because we had the PM ticks being released on the same side in both cases. So let's flip this around, shall we? So in fact, we've changed the polarity, but the fields are the same. So opposite poles attract and common fields attract. So we have changed the direction of the PM ticks leaving the interaction point. We still have our electron-proton marriage, but now they're facing each other. And when these two fields come together, because now the electrons are both rotating in the same direction. So when two come together, there's a connection. And it's because both are the same and both are in balance, then the connection is invisible. And that's what's been missing. To understand this non-visible connection between two visible fields. So when we look at cell structures and we see that we have phospholipids around, and the phospholipids keep the oil and the water separate, and we see that the energy outside of the cell is converging, but there is energy inside the cell that is diverging. But somehow that energy then has to go across the curvature and into the cell. So there's an outside and there's an inside, right? And somehow energy has to go back and forth. So it's not just a one-way street. So this is what we're talking about, the transmutation of the cells. And so when these cells come into the balance where they're giving and taking the energy, they become invisible, but they're there. And then each of these cells has basic DNA. And this DNA is in a helical coil, a spiral. And it has also RNA. And it too is in a spiral. But there's a perpendicular relationship. And that's only in 2 dimensions because this thing is a spiral. So we don't know, which dimension. We don't know which way is up. We don't know which way is forward or backwards. But what we do know is that there's a feeding, which is invisible, and there's a feedback, which is invisible. And it is the marriage between the feeding and the feedback, which gives us our physical manifestation. So when we are born, what I'm saying is we have the arrival of a balanced field, and that's in the womb of the mother. And the only way that we can see the baby inside the womb of the mother is either with X-ray or with an ultrasound. And we don't see the baby until it's born. And at that point, we have a physical manifestation. And so energy is always coming in, and that's fine. But part of the growing is the feedback, because the feedback represents the interaction with the environment of the earth and the information that is transmitted by all the other plasma, which includes the horizontal people, the vertical people, the planet and the sun and everything else. And so we can't see this crossover point because it's invisible. And so we say somehow, some way, we are transmitting energy from our brain to our body, and we're transforming our physicality. And there's a connection between our brain and our heart, and there's a crossover point in there. And that crossover point is from the non-visible to the visible. It's from the non-physical to the physical. This is the essence of physical manifestation. So in other words, when we're looking at the impact of the involvement of the various fields, we have rotating fields of transmission and transition, which we see that with our DNA RNA combination. And we have two hemispheres and they rotate together, and there is a connection. And we can't see this connection. But in order for these two to come together, they have to rotate in opposite directions because opposites attract. And there's a connection. And if they are opposite, then there will be friction. So there has to be something to connect. And when you have this connection, and then energy comes in, once this is a balanced Baghdad field, and as energy comes, energy has to go. And at some point in time, the part of the growth is what we call cell division. And so we know that this all comes together because our Earth is constructed the same way. We have a northern hemisphere and a southern hemisphere, but we know that we have a whole Earth. So how do we have plasma rotating fields and they come together? So there has to be some kind of connection, an invisible connection. So let's extend this, and I called them in the past the eddy currents, but what they are is the connecting fields. So when you have two plasma fields coming together, one and one is more than two, and that third field is a connecting field. So what we're saying is that if we take a neutron and we break that up into an electron-proton combination, if this is an addition, we call that a creation. And in the process of this breakup, we create an array, which is a PM tick. But if the neutron will dissolve into electron-proton combination, and there is array creation, which we call a PM tick, we call that decay. So if we grow, we call that a creation. And if we diminish, we call that a decay. But we can grow in physicality. So the decay of the higher energy leads to the creation of a lower energy. And there is a connection, and we call that a bond. And we can't see it. We can't explain it. We just call it a bond. And so this becomes the bonding factor. If we were to take the previous description and compare, and say, if we take the neutron on the top and it breaks up into an electron-proton combination on the right top, it still has to maintain a connection. And if we create another neutron and it breaks up into electron-proton combination on the bottom, it still maintains a connection. And if these two want to be bonded together, then they have to be flipped over, don't they? So that there is a connection. And the higher strength feeds the lower strength. And it's unconditional. So their connection can be split up. So if we take the neutron on the top, it's connected to the electron-proton combination on the right top. And it is connected, therefore, because it's bonded to the electron-proton marriage on the bottom. And the neutron in the bottom right-hand corner, therefore, will bond similarly to the electron-proton combination on the top right corner. So we now have a structure where the higher strength is feeding the lower strength, and all of this together is in a Maggrav condition. It's in balance. So if we were to take the clutter out of the picture, then we see that there is a residue. These PM ticks. These PM ticks are the product of the creation or the product of the decay. In other words, these PM ticks now could be a fudge factor because we can't see them, we can't account for them. We just know that there's something bonding, and we know that there's something causing cell division. Let's carry on with this, because basics in terms of positive and negative charge is based on surface to volume ratios. So we found with a straight line, we only have 2 negative charges, but if we put a bend, we can get a third negative charge. And so in order to maintain this balance, we have to introduce these positive charges. And the thing about the point in the bend is it has to go in a different axis. So the dark green line is the x-axis, which is transmission, and the light green line is the y-axis, which is the transition. Curves operate the same way. You have the negative on the outside and the positive on the inside. And we said that the flux lines that follow the surface of the Earth, they travel all the way around. And they have different densities. They have different field strengths. And if we draw a tangent point, which is a flat line that comes to contact a point on the Earth, and we draw a 90-degree angle, which we call a perpendicular line. That's 90 degrees. And if we were to follow this perpendicular line with a stone, we found this stone on the beach, and we decided to pick it up and pick it up straight up. Well, what we find is that the stone is more dense than the air. And the only way that that stone can stay above the ground is because we are holding it. But that stone wants to come back down to the ground. And so what we describe is these flux lines, they're not all the same. In other words, the flux lines stretch, and the top flux line, and if you connect the top on the right and with the red and goes right around the planet and comes back on the other side, you will find that it comes back 1 row down. And you follow that one around, and that becomes green, and it goes right around the Earth and comes back and connects, but it goes 1 row down. And then it comes around, becomes light blue, goes around the Earth, and connects, but goes one road down. And at some point, that one turns the dark blue, goes around the Earth, and actually becomes part of the Earth. So by being able to lift and drop this stone, you're stretching these flux lines. And the flux lines basically are seeking density. And so the Earth is more dense than the stone, so the stone will fall to the Earth. The air is less dense than the Earth, so the air is above the stone, above the Earth. But because of our force, our external force, we were able to lift the stone. And so by holding that stone, we not only have air above the stone, but we have air below the stone. But if we let that go, these flux lines will snap together. So you better move your feet because gravity seeks density. But the way we understand gravity is it's a one-way street. And so when we have to understand that it's a two-way street, and it's a two-way street in every dimension. And we know that because when we look at the structure of a shell, such as a snail, and we find that it has growth, and this growth follows a rotating field. And so as it grows and gets bigger, the pattern remains the same. And you can almost see the flux lines on the snail, how it rotates around. But the snail is smooth. When you look at the conch shell on the left-hand side, it has spikes. So those spikes grow from the shell, which grew in a spiral formation, and each of those spikes are growing in a spiral formation, but on a different dimension. So the spiral is growing on an X, Y, and Z axis, and the spiky is growing on an X, Y, and Z axis, but on a different dimension. Wait a second. So I have 3 dimensions on the basic structure, and then I have 3 dimensions on the spike formation. And these 3 main dimensions are in the physical dimension. Okay, I hope you got it. So we understand that the negative is the giver, is the magnetical aspect of it. But if we're going to go around, then we have to understand that the other side is also negative and the giver, right? So what's going on here? Well, that means in the middle is positive. And when you have this balance, as is shown in this picture, a balance in the x-axis, y-axis, and z-axis, that is a balanced maggraph, and as such, it's invisible. Well, how do these things maintain? Well, there has to be a connection. So there are what we call a plasma substructure, and this plasma substructure is maintained through plasma crossover points. And all of these are invisible. But what they are is an interaction of plasma fields, and as shown here, between 2 star formations. And are these star formations upright or upside down, or are they left to right? Well, gee whiz, I don't know. So when we look at the new spaceships, the only way that we know which way we're going is one side has a window. And we like to see where we're going, don't we? But how do we maintain this? And so we have this balanced field that is going around, but it doesn't go just in circles. It goes in a spiral formation. And as such, it's negative on the outside and solid. And we have a balance on the center axis. So which way are we going? And that's the point. when we look at it from our point of view, we are gravitational. And what we're looking at or where we're going is magnetical. When we look at it from the point of the Earth is gravitational. And what the Earth sees is magnetical. So we have a magnetical relationship with the Earth that's interacting with our magnetical relationship. And that relationship is invisible. And you know that because you can jump up and down. And when you jump up and down, there is no physical connection, but somehow you spring back, right? You come back down to the ground. But if you could just blast off to go into space. So, but in order to do that, you would need an external force. So the thing about the spaceship unit, it has to have an external force which gives it a direction, because this direction has to be some kind of conversion of energy between the magnetical gravitational field forces. Who could that be? Maybe it's you. And who is you? Well, you is inside your head, and your soul is inside your head. And last week we talked about the boundary of the soul being the supragranular layer. And we've seen that there's a relationship between the x-axis being negative and the y-axis being negative, and the z-axis being your gravitational field. Well, if the field is gravitational, how is it staying there? So we find that the soul can travel. So we understand in physics that we can daisy chain fields together and that we could connect them. And this was a representation that I did with ponds. And we had these ponds and there's water flowing between all these ponds. And as long as there's a connection, and as long as energy is coming in, being water, and energy going out, being water, when there's a balance, we have a flow, but there's a connection. So the energy that's coming in is coming from another source, an outside source. So this is a MAGRAV condition. And another MAGRAV condition, if we don't have the connection, the physical connection, but we have an indirect connection, such as Hawaii and Alaska being indirectly connected to the United States, we call Hawaii and Alaska as part of the contiguous United States. In other words, all the states are continuous, except Hawaii and Alaska are connected, but not physically. So there's some kind of non-visible bridge. And so we call that a legal jurisdiction. But what happens if we put a break in that connection? And that's what we've done. We have put limitations on our souls because we haven't understood things and we can't know everything. So we have to know by connection. And if we don't make this connection, that is just going to limit our souls. And we know that there's more because we've seen it with the 92 Tesla. We've seen the measurement on the x-axis. We've seen the measurement on the y-axis, and we've seen that it did not change. The z-axis changed, and it was instantaneous. And so you find that we got to 129 Tesla. Well, where did this energy come from? From an external source. So we were able to increase the field strength. And that field strength increase came from non-visible, non-tangible plasma energy, the same energy that you get in the cups of life. So you created a pattern, and in there you got not just zinc GANs, not just copper, but CO2 GANs, CaCO3 GANs, water, and amino acid. All of that you got in there. And isn't that the way the earth operates? Look at all the resources on this earth. And so when we see how energy flows around the earth and how we decide what is it that we physically manifest, so it manifests by field strength, by position. And we find that different densities can operate at different field strengths. But in order for airplanes to stay high in the sky, there has to be an external input of energy. They have to fly. And the faster they fly, the higher they can go. So we find there's a difference between commercial and military airplanes in terms of the height that they fly. And we find the same thing with satellites. There's commercial and military satellites, and they fly at different heights. But when the airplanes are flying, the engines have to be on. But when the satellites fly, the engines are off. Why? Because the satellites are flying in the magnetical orbit around the planet. And the airplanes are flying in the gravitational fields near the surface. So when you're between the here and the there, you're operating under different field strengths. And the closer you get to the ground, the stronger it gets. Why? Because the gravitational field forces seek density. And so as you go around, how do you go around? Well, you absorb energy. And so as you absorb energy, you get heavier, you get more dense. And so as we go around, we gravitate towards the center. There is a point between the orbiting fields and the gravitational fields where our souls sleep and where our souls interact with other souls. And whether or not we interact with these other souls is determined by certain criteria. And so if we can achieve this, then we can fly into outer space. And if we don't achieve this, we may have to stay in inner space. So our goal is to achieve into outer space. In other words, we can do both. We can travel in inner space and we can travel in outer space. Well, what is this criteria? This criteria has to do with the fact that we have a soul of the man and a soul of the body. And the soul of the body has an emotion. The soul of the man also has an emotion. And so the combination of the two is the emotion of presence. But somehow we are chained down here. And so what has to change? What has to change is the limitations that we place on our souls. And so our blood anchors us to this planet. Okay. But that's only one component. That's the component of our emotional GANs of the body. That's our emotional connection to our physical body. That is the anchorage of the soul of the body. And that is the manifestation and transmutation from the brain body. The connection of the brain body is to the soul of the man. And the intermediary is the emotion of the mind. And so now we have a connection, an understanding that the emotion of presence is based on the interaction of the emotion of the soul of the man with the emotion of the soul of the body. And this is non-visible, non-tangible, but it is fundamental not only to our independence, but our interdependence, because all of this is based on trust. And this trust is based on inertia. And the inertia of what? Well, it's the PM ticks. The PM ticks, which constitutes what we see in outer space, what we call the matter gin. And so when the soul is disconnected from everything that is going on in the universe, then we are not drawing the energy from the right source. So we are limited in how much energy we connect to. And so this becomes our soul disconnection. And our soul disconnection is limited by our understanding that when we have our own basis, which is our matter energy level, which is the lowest energy level, it is somehow disconnected. But this picture is literally upside down, isn't it? Because the lowest energy level is the matter energy level. And unfortunately, too many of us have disconnected our soul from that energy level. And so we have this fight, this internal fight, and it's part of the dark matter energy level, as we can interact with our intermediate level, but we cannot transcend to the higher level. And the higher level is always, always, always connected to the universe. Okay, so this is our limitation. Let's understand how this works. Many of you like to have a nice set of stereo system in the house, high fidelity speakers, right? Basic physical system, audio, nothing too fancy, right? But we have woofers and tweeters, don't we? And a long time ago, I learned a lot about making high fidelity speakers. And to my amazements, the tweeters made excellent woofers and the woofers made excellent tweeters, but that's another subject. And the thing that really made this work was when we had crossover networks and we had filters. So basically, woofers are gravitational and tweeters are magnetical, right? But the induction coils would change that. And that's what would feed the speakers. But then there would be a feedback, which we created baffles. And that we call a bass reflex. And it needed it more. And this is one of the reasons, not understanding this is one of the reasons that people who install high fidelity speakers in these modern cars have lousy systems, lousy sound, because they don't take into consideration the feedback. So when we look at stereo, what it is, there's a low range and there's a high range. And in a basic design of a speaker, you like to introduce a crossover. And what the crossover does is you have your optimum energy coming in at particular sounds, but it actually only comes in at one particular point. That is your focus point. And so what the crossover control tries to do physically is to spread this point out and make it flatter. And then it tries to cross over in an ideal fashion. So regardless of the frequency of the sound, that the sound would be the same strength. And if you have a really, really high fidelity speaker, you'll find that these crossovers actually take the energy and combine it together in a synergistic format. And if you add a proper physical construction, you will get the feedback. So you will attain greater fidelity by having more synergy and better quality of feedback. And so this is what happens to us. We are plasmagen receivers, and what we receive is what we're getting from our outbound source, our outbound feedback and our outbound source. The combination is our outbound perception. And so now, as we finish this series of classes, we understand the difference between the physical science and the plasma science. And so what we're going to, as we cross over the watershed, and we understand that when we're studying nuclear decay, that is all part and parcel of the energy coming through the plasmagen, the aminogen, and the carbogen. And, you know, it's very unfair to say that this is a problem of man, because this is the way the universe is created. And we all want to come to the greater oneness. That's what spiritual teachers teach us. But our greater oneness is only based on our outbound vision. And so our vision is kind of creating a false sense. And we have to fudge things. And the worst kind of fudging is in our atomic math, where we find that the neutron mass equals the proton mass and the electron mass combination. But we're missing something. So we add the matter, antimatter, and dark matter mass, which is the plasmatic mass, but we're still missing something. We're missing the mass of the PM ticks, right? This is the energy that you give. This is the energy that you receive. And this is the totality that is achieved through the energy level balance and positioning. So when we look at the mass, we have to understand that there's a difference. There's a light mass, there's a soul mass. There's all kinds of different mass. And the thing is that this is determining whether we ascend or we descend, whether we're awake or we're in the dream state. Whatever the transcendence is, there is a transcendence between the aminogen state and the post-amino acid state. And all of these are different field strengths. And so there's a transitory field strength also between here and there. And that is the fudge factor, what we've been talking about. So we've seen in the neutron math, we always have to fudge something on our periodic table of elements. Pi, we can't rationalize it. Leap years, we can't even get our calendar straight. We have to adjust this every 4 years. And what is the supergranular layer, which is a special gift for humanity that allows us to communicate with what? So we find that our PM ticks are the key to the soul unlimitations. These are energy packs. These are energy packs that represent the indomitable spirit of our soul. This is the dream energy. This is what gives us the spice of life. So there's a soul sequencing. The soul of the sun plus the soul of the earth attracts the soul of the man. That's us. And the soul of the earth plus the soul of the man attracts the soul of the body. That's the manifestation. But it's still not visible. It's the soul of the earth plus the soul of the body that manifests the physicality of the body. And our physicality is born on Earth, not on Mars. So this is why we need to try and get back to normal. And we have to understand that our normal also involves the plasma fields of the sun. So the relationship of the sun and the earth is our navigation point. And so many of us have lost our way. And so we can't find our way because we can't see. And so one of the gifts of the Keshe Foundation, especially to the US military, is the Vision Enhancement Unit, particularly for the PTSD recovery. This gives us a plasmagen interaction, and it enhances the soul and enhances the spirit. And it does this very, very quickly. And so we have placed artificial in limitations. And so when we're looking at the connections, we have to understand that getting back to nature is to unlimit the soul, to put in unlimited connections and understand that there's more. We need to do more and be more. And so when we define plasma, and especially when we have millions of people who still didn't even know what this is, just tell them in one sentence. Plasmagen is a kind of energy state. It's the connection between your dream state and your energy state. And if you understand that, then you overcome the limitations of science. And you don't need to be a scientist to do this. But boy, oh boy, it sure is important, because all of us are doing things backwards. We are robbing the poor. So in the plasma science, the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. And so now we understand that at the beginning, the principal matter is created from the PM ticks, and the PM ticks are giving. So they are magnetically flying around everywhere. And if you create the plasmagen field where you can convert this energy and you can draw this in, and you do this by having an inertia field, which creates a field interaction. Any two fields coming together create a third. 1 and 1 is more than 2. So there's nothing wrong with it being man-made. It's understanding the role of man, whether it's a vertical enhancement unit or a horizontal enhancement unit, a universal enhancement unit. The thing is, we need to cross this peace bridge, and we cannot do it the way we're doing it now. Things have to change. We have to transcend and lead from our soul. Understand that heaven is here on earth, and we need to transcend that understanding so that we can cross the peace bridge. That is how our souls can cross over. And when we cross over, we will transform, transcend, and even through physical transportation to other planets, we may go through our own transmogrification. So this business of energy binding and self-serving and double crossing, this is all done at the expense of others. And it's the use and abuse of souls, and it puts limitations on these souls. But what is the missing ingredient? What is that non-tangible missing thing? That is the morality. The morality is missing. And so there is an energy within that, and it creates tumbleweeds. So the cross you double cross is your eternal burden, and it's full of mental weeds, many penalties. These penalties are painful. So, and all of us have to go through this and understand that the universe has ethics. And when our ethics combine with the ethics of the universe, then we now have the essence of creation. And so we could say fundamentally that involves morality, compassion, and courage. And does it take courage to have morality and compassion? Well, something has to. It's time to get dirty, isn't it? We have to understand what ethos is. Ethos constitutes ethical behavior. And ethical knowing is the common denominator for all of us. And we know this as long as we are connected. And so there's more than just physical comforts. We need moral comforts, right? We need moral comforts, and not to send mental weeds everywhere, but to send the love that we get from the universe. The universe gives us the dynamic transfer of energy, which we manifest into the physical. And that requires a little target practice, right? So we can transfer dynamically into our physical state, wherever that may be. And the way to do that is to take the limitations off of our souls. So we understand that you, the soul of man, is the essential you. And you are really an interaction between your plasmagen state and your mattergen state. And that manifests into the soul of the body, which is not you, but it's the surrogate you. That is your physical state, which is the interaction between the plasmagen state and the environment matter state, the small m matter state. And so we use the stacker units and we use the universal cup to try and assist us in our target practice, because this is how we manifest the peace dome. The peace dome is an emotional transformation from our souls to ourselves, and from ourselves to this planet. It's the connection of the plasma state between the earth space and the outer space. It's the plasma feeding from outer space to the plasma feedback from our inner space. And the universal body enhancement units are taking us beyond our dream state. This is the knowing by connection. You can't know everything, but you know what? Your souls are able to connect to everything. And so to understand this connection and to understand the plasma science, you understand that our souls need to cross over. How many times do we need to cross over? We can cross over as many times as we want, because there's a contiguous connection with the universe. And that involves connecting with the universal community. So the universal community also has souls, but they don't want to connect with hooligans. So it's really very difficult for hooligans to do a proper soul crossover. So they remain disconnected. And that is painful. And furthermore, is very lonely. So if we need to connect, and we can connect, and we need to learn how to connect, and we need to teach other people how to connect, then we can understand what manifestation is. That is our perception. It's our perception of the stacker and the universal reality. Two fields come together, they form another. Any formation of any field is a manifestation, but that manifestation is dependent on the plasma feeding and the feedback. Both feeding and feedback leads to this manifestation. And so it could be non-tangible or tangible, non-visible or visible, plasmatic or physical, but in all cases, there's a plasmatic reality. Maybe there could be a physical reality, but not in every case, because the reality is the form artifact, whether it's plasmatic or physical. In either case, it's a manifestation. But you know what? It's dependent on the emotion of presence, because the emotion of presence is the form artifact of energy and motion. So when we want to take the unlimitations of our soul, we have to drop the physicality and look at our emotional transformation. It's our emotional transformation which connects us to our physical reality. And so what does that mean? That means Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute is presenting plasma science, calling all Earth patriots, both near and far. We need to sign the World Peace Treaty. We need to act on the World Peace Treaty. We all want physical and emotional vitality. And so with really signing that with our hearts and our souls, we can go through this transformation, this hypocrisy of having a conflict with armed sales and then negotiating peace. That's not the way to morality. Morality is the path link to soul unlimitations. And that's why plasma science needs to be delivered in exchange for peace on Earth. Welcome to the new outer space age. That's the end of this lesson, and that's the end of the knowing classes. Thank you all. I hope you enjoyed your trip, and please proceed to the departure lounge.
Thank you, Alex. That was quite a large bite to take in all at once. I know each one you can open up for quite a long time, but I do thank you for delivering it. And this, of course, will be archived in the Foundation's archives or in our Telegram group here for further review and further understanding. And if you said this is the last teaching, does that mean we're going back to the basics, or do you have something else in mind?
I think we all have something in mind, and it's coming on June the 6th. I don't know what I'll be doing next week, so stay tuned. I have plans.
Okay, while we allow Alex to warm his tea and his toes, he said it's not too cold there today, so that's good. As has been our custom, we usually ask at this point, do we have any new people that have joined us? And maybe if you'd like to just state your name and where you're from, we'd be more than happy to hear from you. And don't feel bashful. This is a very friendly family, and we're always looking for the new members to come in. I did see a couple of names in the list that I haven't seen before, but that doesn't mean that they're new or here for the first time. They could be older knowledge seekers that periodically join, or they could be a new student. I understand the foundation is making a number of, or applications have been, I guess, vetted, and we'll see some new people coming into the private teachings of the Keshe Foundation, which is slightly different or a little bit more in depth than the public teachings, let's say. But either way, the knowledge is immense. But please be reminded that our souls have a double PhD in this knowledge. So as you get closer to your soul, more of this can also be revealed in a very curious way, I suppose, without the blackboards or the backgrounds that we think is the standard type of learning. And this is part of the enlightenment that Mr. Keshe talks about, is trying to get closer to your soul, to reveal some of these secrets, because this is your creator. And once you've realized that you don't need any intermediaries or people to tell you how to find it, it all becomes between you, yourself, and your creator. And of course, the larger creator, if we look at it as the creator said, I made man in the image of myself. Just ask one more time, is there anyone here for the first time who'd like to introduce themselves? I see Pat. I'm not sure if that's a man or a woman.
Yeah, that's me. I'm from Mexico, and this is my first time here with you. I've been following some of the weekly knowledge seekers in YouTube, and it's my first time here live. So I'm very happy to join you.
You're very welcome. You know, I thought you might have met up with Liliana in Mexico. There is a group, and I know Gianni will be doing some teaching in there starting Monday, and it will be open to the public. So you can feel free to, are you aware of that, Pat?
Yeah, that's why I joined right now, because I got the message in the Telegram channel. And yeah, I'm joining.
Great, beautiful. Yeah,
Yes,
I
yes.
think there's a lot of people looking for this sort of knowledge. I know the answers in the conventional world have been few and far between for new solutions. And
Sure, yeah.
anything else you'd like to add, please feel free.
But not really. I'm very, very
What attracted you
happy
to
to be
this
here.
knowledge? What sort of, was it your soul, or were you trying to find a way to maybe balance something in your physicality? What was it that,
Yeah, well, yeah, balance, of course, balance. I've been practicing Qigong for quite 2 years.
oh,
And
Qigong?
I find, but Xinheng, the Qigong, that's Xinheng
Okay,
from the Dr. Pang. And I kind of needed a little bit more of the rationale and the explanations. And I was making organites and began kind of following that physics thing. And I was not trained in electronics or stuff. So it was part curiosity and part of like goal of my soul. And well, I ended up here.
excellent. That's very nice. And your English is excellent too, as well as your Spanish, I'm sure.
Yeah, well, I'm a Mexican. So my mother's tongue is Spanish, actually. But my grandfather was British, so I kind of inherited that of a language.
Yes, you know that we do have a program on Tuesdays, the One Planet, One Nation, One Race for World Peace and Justice. And that's another public program where we're going to unite the nations and the languages together and get rid of the borders, so to speak, so we can all move about this planet freely, the way the whales or
Really?
the birds do.
Yeah, it's so important, isn't it?
Very much so.
So let's do it. Sure.
Well, welcome. A big welcome.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Pat.
Thank you. It was great meeting you.
Yes,
It
anytime.
was a
you-
great,
Yes.
lots of learning.
Oh, it's a tremendous amount. Mr. Keshvari is
Tremendous,
the
yeah.
knowledge of the universe, and he's trying to disperse it, not only here on this planet, but to the universal community as well. Apparently,
Yeah,
even
yeah.
though they've been surviving and living for a long time, they're in the same position we are, trying to get back to the mother or trying to find their souls. As he said many times, and I was surprised, if they knew how to fly with their soul, they wouldn't be in the spacecraft.
Sure.
So
Yeah.
we have a lot to learn, and some of the systems that have been presented and have been developed and will be continued, we will help to develop them, will also add to this whole mixing of the universal community and the people here, because we're all from the same creator. Even if one has one eye and 10 legs, they're from the same creator as we are, but we just don't understand fully the process of the creation and the creator and the bigger view.
So it's like it breaks through our limitations. No?
Yes, and all
our
these
physicality is grounding us to the ground, to say it somehow. No, we have to. Yeah, it's breakthrough times.
Yes, and all these problems that we've been facing in every nation of as of late in the last couple of years have sort of brought us together, and where we're looking for new answers and new knowledge and new solutions, because the old systems are just not functioning, even with food distribution and electrical distribution and so on. They just don't seem to function properly.
Yeah. Yeah, we're lucky to be living in this times where everything is crumbling apart. Everything's opening to.
And that's what I was reading in the Wikipedia about the plagues that were going to come or something. I guess some of the religions believe this, and you know, before the Mekti, what they call the Mekti, would announce himself. So some of these things are predicted, and I guess at the higher levels of many of these religions, they're coming to the point to realize that this is the year or this is the time of the announcement of the promised one. And each religion sort of has a different take on, you know, we look at it maybe if you're a Christian as Christ, and different ones, different ways of Buddhism. Maybe the Buddha is going to return, but it's the one that is rightly directed, I was reading. And of course, he said, we're all Mektis. It's a beautiful teaching, and it's an equalized teaching for everyone, that no one's going to be abused due to a lack of knowledge. And this is why we're trying to get the nations together and to develop some of these new systems. I guess it's a little bit more than just walking in there and taking off to the moon. There's some development. So thank you very much. Is it Patricia or you prefer Pat?
I prefer Pat.
Very well, Pat. Thank you. Thank you for
Okay, thanks a
sharing
lot. It
with
was
us.
great meeting you.
Nice to meet you as well.
Welcome.
Bye. Thank you.
Anyone else here for the first time before we go back to Alex? I'm sure we have 51 neutrons, beautiful neutrons here, or soul of the man. Is anyone else here for the first time? Is Alfonso? Let's see. I thought I saw another one. Sonny, are you here for the first time? I see Soni. Is that Sonny? Esperera? Maybe she's away or he's away. I'm not sure if Sonny could be used either way. We've addressed men and women as Sonny. How about Alfonso? Are you here for the first time? He doesn't have a microphone. No problem. I just noticed that. No problem. Okay, is your tea warmed up, Alex? Are you ready to continue?
I am ready to continue, and I'm hoping that you all know that in the background, the Spanish are translating.
Okay.
We have a very large group in the back, and
great.
I hope they've recovered. It was a rough trip, wasn't it?
Yes, I'm sure you might have had to have two translators there, one to take over midstream. You were on a roll, as they say.
Well, it was the last class. But I am open to any questions on my limited knowledge.
You know, I heard an interesting one this week on another program. And of course, this is going to be totally reversed now, but the gentleman was saying 1% rule the world, 4% are their puppets, 90% are asleep. The 5% are aware and try to wake up the 90%, while the 1% use the 4% to try to stop the 5% from waking up the 90%. But now I think we're going to have 95% elevating the 5%, the 1% plus their puppets. So we're going to really change things around. And of course, there's going to be no punishment for those who have tried to abuse the man, whether it would be in religions. And I always thought that punishment would be a good thing, but as Mr. Kesh is directing us, punishment is not the way to go. It's the elevation of the soul is what's needed. So this is the way we're going to go. So I think we'll be elevating some of these others who have actually tried to harm humanity as a whole. And of course, they'll be receiving direction, I think, through the Universal Council. And that's one of the reasons it was set up, is not to have power so much, but to have and provide advice and direction to some of the religions, perhaps, and the world leaders as the Mekti is about to announce himself, as I understand it. And again, I was reading, it's the rightly directed one is the Mekti, and so many other things that you could read on Wikipedia, whether they're correct or not, or in the dictionary looking up. I didn't even know how to spell it, but it's spelled Mehdi. And this is where we have the term Mehdi. if I'm even pronouncing it correctly. So thank you, Pat. Would anyone like to ask a question of Alex at this point? Unless everyone understood. Dan, I see your mic is open.
You hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay. Regarding the spaceship physicality in the spaceship, you're saying in the first sentence, when it's not able to carry the physicality only in the soul level, when you enter in the spaceship enhancement unit.
Yes, and
I
I'm
want
not an
to.
expert, Dan, so don't
Yes,
take my
don't
word as
worry.
the absolute truth. You have to check it out with the
Yes, but
knowledge and what you understand.
it's digging something because I collegate something in the when Mr. Kesh explained regarding the interface, let's say plasma capacitors. When she had the wire, which means the matter of copper, no, inside of GaNs with a little bit of piece of matter or nanomatter, is transferring from the GaNs to the nano to the matter. And I collegate this with the food you put in the mouth is transformed because you have the other environment, let's say nano coating. You bring from matter to the nano to the GaNs plasma feeding system. And I connect with the shielding, with the layering of the spaceship of the craft. And I collegate with what she's saying, he's saying, I think I say it correctly, regarding the matter is not matter when you have in the field of plasma. The example is the cup of life. It's not copper or zinc inside because it's already in the field of plasma. It's like a shell. You carry the physicality because it's embedded with the fields. Only the reverse of the coin, let's say, from matter to the plasma to the matter, which means my physicality. I will go with the donkey instead of shuttle with my soul. Embedded the physicality in the soul or soul in the physicality. This is what I want to remember. It's explained in 2015 regarding and what is he saying, Dean, feeding system.
Right, if we develop a new feeding system, would we have to destroy another entity to maintain our structure? It seems we're being taught that that is a not correct way to approach this. But if we could just absorb the fields before they were converted into a soul, then that would be perfectly well.
You remember when Mr. Kesh explained how connection with tritium deuterium hydrogen, let's say star formation with two rings, with the reactors 12 and 6 and so on, equatorial, and making the connection, you have all what you are needed. And it's collegiate with not touching the GaNs or the nano because you are the end of this formograph, no? Because what you are needed, you are achieved by transferring from one. Is like an orange when you make the plasma capacitor, not in the physicality, let's say in the fields or plasma dynamic, you create, or this is only my example, you need electricity, you create in electricity. You need the food, is creating the food, the banana, the orange, the etc. You need, I don't know, another shield in your craft or floor. You create another interaction with other and another layer. It's only the example what is passing through my mind. But
Would you like to ask Alex a question, or if you want to wait one moment, Liliana has put in something to me that she'd like to make an announcement about tomorrow's workshop in the Hispano group. Is there anyone here? John perhaps would like to do that, or Liliana? You could do it in your native language, which would be fine.
Adelante, Liliana.
Hola, hola, hola a todos. Gracias, Mark.
Gracias, Lili.
Gracias, John. Gracias, John. Sí, queremos invitar a todas las comunidades al taller, al ciclo de talleres que van a iniciar el día de mañana. Y bueno, aquí se encuentra con nosotros Gianni. Gianni, no sé si tú quisieras comentarles. Si está por acá Gianni.
¿Sobre agricultura o qué tema?
Sí, sobre el tema de agricultura, exactamente. Van a hacer...
As from tomorrow, Monday, at 5 and 4 is 9 p.m. European time. We'll have Gianni with agricultural themes with the plasma.
Okay. Sí, van a ser 4 módulos.
There'll be 4 different modules, uno en cada lunes, ¿no?
Sí, de 4 clases cada uno.
Pero los lunes.
Todos los lunes.
Yes, every Monday. During 4 Mondays, we'll have these modules about agriculture given by Gianni.
Okay, and each module is going to last, this is where I got the 12. I guess it's 3 hours per session. And then if you had 4 weeks, that's where you get the 12 hours for each module, correct? Or correct?
¿Cómo se suman las 12 horas ahí, Liliana?
¿Las 12 horas? Ok, sí, son 3 horas, consta cada clase y cada módulo tiene 4 clases. Entonces ahí
4 horas.
3 horas.
3 horas, 4 módulos.
Exacto.
Bueno, sería 12 horas en total, ya.
12 horas.
4 modules, 3 hours each for 12 hours total.
Thank
4
you.
Mondays, consecutive Mondays.
And again, is this going to be delivered in Spanish or will it be in both?
Well, no, Gianni only speaks Spanish.
Okay.
So if somebody is interested in translating, we may have Santiago help us out from Uruguay. We'll see.
And again,
por ahí posiblemente Santiago nos pueda dar una mano para la traducción.
¿Del día de mañana?
Y él está los lunes, ¿no?
Sí, el día de mañana tal vez Santiago o Alenka.
Yeah, if it's not Santiago, it'll be Alenka helping out.
Great. And even if you don't speak Spanish, you'd be amazed what you can absorb because the soul understands all languages, I believe, and it understands the essence of what is being delivered. So if you'd like to support it and you don't speak Spanish and they're not speaking in your language, feel free to join. It's a beautiful experience.
How can you just believe it by now, Mark? You should know it by now.
Mm-hmm.
Podrían por ahí, John, se les podría invitar a que hicieran también ellos, abrieran su propia sala y que tradujeran simultáneamente para
the best thing is Mark, if you got a parallel Zoom, you could translate simultaneously. We got the 614 here. If you use a parallel Zoom, and that's the way we work with the Portuguese, the Brazilians, and the English, and what have you. the easiest way. If not, it'll be pretty long. It'll be
Right,
plus
it'd be double.
3 hours. Yeah, 6 hours long.
Sí,
It's
por
no
ahí
problem.
algún voluntario que quiera apoyar con eso, pues adelante, para sus comunidades, ¿no? Y bueno, no sé si Yanni quisiera agregar algo más.
Does
Hola a
Gianni want
todos.
to add
Sí,
anything else? Sí, adelante,
Hola.
Gianni. ¿Qué tal?
bien. Hola a todos. Quiero aclarar un poquito con lo de los talleres.
Gianni would like to clear a few ideas about his
Sure.
teachings.
Sure.
Adelante, Gianni.
Y John, estamos hablando de plasma, agricultura, alimentación, no solo agricultura.
Yeah, it's not only agriculture, it's on feeding also. The feeding
Es-
program.
Sí, son 4 módulos. El primer módulo es módulo 0, donde vamos a hablar de qué es el plasma, qué es el nano, qué es el GANS.
Tomorrow it'll be module number 0, and that will be about the general knowledge about what is plasma, what is GAN.
Ok, mañana vamos a empezar con un testimonio.
We'll start with a testimonial tomorrow.
Que significa 4 años de experimentar y aplicar la tecnología cache, así como o comprendemos nosotros.
It will be a summary of 4 years of practicing the Cash Foundation knowledge in agriculture. This work we've been doing for the last 4 years.
Y también invitamos a todos que tienen resultados utilizando la tecnología que comparte con nosotros empezando de mañana.
And whoever is doing the same job, they can also put forward their experiences.
Sí, porque es una invitación, no somos profesores, somos buscadores de conocimiento que compartimos lo que hemos hecho.
We're not teachers, we are students, we are knowledge seekers, and we all want to share all the knowledge we've acquired.
Y estamos hablando de compartir al principio entre la comunidad plasmática de Rumanía y la comunidad plasmática hispana.
This is for sharing all the knowledge with the Romanian and the Spanish-speaking people.
Hay muchos buscadores de conocimiento que tienen resultados en la utilización del plasma.
We have many people that have had very interesting results with all this knowledge.
Y ahora es el momento que compartimos todo.
And it's about time we should share everything between us.
Hacer un testimonial grande.
Make a very big testimonial class showing everything.
Porque somos un planeta, una raza, una nación.
Because we are one nation, one planet, one race.
Y por eso otra vez invitamos a todos los que tienen experiencia en utilizar el plasma.
And here we repeat, whoever has had experiences with utilizing the plasma in agriculture, come ahead and bring your ideas or experiences.
También mañana vamos a ver cómo va a ser todo, porque también estamos abiertos para añadir nuevas posibilidades.
And we'll see what happens tomorrow. Our idea is to open up our range to new possibilities.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Excellencio, if there's such a word.
Excelente.
Excelente. And again, this is just an interim step in a way, because this knowledge works the same in all languages and countries for the most part. I mean, the CO2 is made, it might be a different look, a different color in different areas, but basically it's the same way wherever you go to make the cup. So this is the beauty of uniting us all together under this knowledge that it's all the same no matter where you are on the planet. So as the language groups build up and the borders are erased, and we come to find out that we're all on the same page in a way. So I want to thank everyone involved in all of these different projects. The translators, as well as the people presenting, as well as the people attending.
¿A qué horas va a ser en México?
En México a las 2 de la tarde.
Ok, gracias, Lilian.
No,
Muy bien.
gracias a ti. Pongo
Gracias.
la invitación acá en el chat.
Ok, gracias.
And hopefully someone will hear this. I don't know how, but you never know how, who you'll reach and who you'll touch that just speak Spanish, how they would find it. Maybe someone would share it with them and they'll hear the message you just delivered and want to become part of it. Is there anything else you'd like to bring? These workshops are public online and with the participation of experienced knowledge seekers from the Keshe Foundation Institute in the, oh, there's quite a bit here. Institute in the English and Spanish languages, and the invitation remains open for other communities to join and enjoy these teachings. There will be 4 modules, each module. Okay, it's all in the chat there for them to refer to. And there's a link as well with a room number. Gracias, as Shweta has said.
Mark, the other groups, no, if they want to join in, for example, if the Italian groups want to join in through Zoom, it's gonna be live stream as well. So we join in through YouTube's, or you have to have Zoom and on Zoom because it's different.
Well, let's ask them. Is it just the 303 room number that you'll be? It looks like 303-840-614. Spaceship Institute Zoom
Yes,
US.
that's the one. That's the Spanish one. It ends in 614. Which I normally call it 614 because it's the last number.
You will be just in Zoom, not in YouTube as well. No, because for example, if we make a group and we open a Zoom chat, then from there, I don't know how to connect to another Zoom, but we can maybe figure out this, just asking information.
And as Gianni said, we're sharing knowledge. This is how we grow. It's just by sharing what you know. So we're all students and we're all teachers in a way. And the idea of sharing is the important part. Not that I'm going to force you to see things the way I see it, but it's for you to find your own understanding. Go ahead, Gianni. Did you want to say more? I see your hand went back up.
Yes, Mark. Thank you. John, please help me with translation.
Go ahead.
Hay 2 encuentros. Uno de ellos es el miércoles 2 de febrero.
There are 2 encounters or meetings. One is on the 2nd of February.
Hemos invitado los ingenieros, arquitectas y constructores en un encuentro internacional.
We have invited the engineers, architects, and y agricultores, o que, ¿cuál es el tercero? And constructors for international meeting.
El tema es los hábitats, las casas naturales, casa tipo domo, casas plasmáticas.
The theme will be about natural homes, naturally constructed homes with natural materials.
Nosotros aquí en Rumanía hemos hecho un grupo y estamos hablando de Plasma Rumanía y Constantin Barbo es el que hace la invitación.
Konstantin Barbo and the Plasma
Claro.
Group making this invitation.
En el segundo encuentro hemos tenido 99 participantes.
In the second encounter, we had 99 participants.
Y fueron muchos que preguntaron si podemos hacerlo en más lenguas, no solo en rumano.
And many have asked if we could do this in several other languages also, not only in Romanian.
Así que por momento vamos a hablar en rumano, español, inglés y es posible francés.
We'll be talking in Romanian, Spanish, French, and English and
Sí,
English.
sí. Y francés también, si es
Yeah,
posible.
ya lo mencioné, French. Sí.
Y también aquí los que van a entrar, seguro que va a estar alguien para traducir.
¿Cuál? Acá hay alguien que está en Meta, en Telegram y Meta toca la campana acá continuamente, te tapa. ¿Le podés repetir, por favor?
He dicho que seguramente que pueden participar todos porque alguien va a traducir la pregunta o que necesitan los que entran a hablar.
You could all participate as we surely have somebody that will translate any question or any doubt you have.
Aquí en Rumanía es, bueno, digamos, una necesidad.
Here in Romania, it's a necessity.
Y eso en el 2021 hemos hecho 12 domos.
And in year 2021, we've done 12 different domes.
Y son 12 que están ya funcionando de casi
And
2 años.
these are 12 domes that have been working for the last 1 or 2 years.
Y los resultados son magníficos y la gente quiere hacer y practicar eso.
And the results have been magnificent, and people want to learn and put them into practice. Teachings.
Nosotros en 4 años hemos llegado a ser autosustentables, independientes.
The last 4 years, we've learned how to be autosufficient, so we don't need any assistance about energy or whatever. Everything is provided with the plasma.
Por el regalo que ha hecho el señor Kesh con la tecnología.
And we thank Mr. Kesh for the technology he has given us.
Hemos aplicado.
Which we have applied and practiced.
Y quiero clarificar, empezando con los jabones y todas las construcciones, el sistema Oasis ya está hecho por el señor Kesh, regalado hasta empezando con 2012.
We started the whole experimentation with the soaps, and then we continued with the buildings, with domes, wooden domes, and we've had fantastic results.
Está todo puesto, así que nosotros no hemos inventado nada, solo hemos aplicado la tecnología así como o comprendemos nosotros hoy.
We haven't invented anything. We've just applied what Mr. Kesh has taught us, and we have applied all his teachings towards this knowledge.
Gracias, gracias, gracias.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Of course you can, Adrian. Adrian asked, can I also intervene? Yes, please come in.
Everybody's invited.
Yes, I would say perfecto to Gianni. and John and Alenka and Liliana. Perfecto.
Which day is gonna be?
Thank you, Mark. Thank you very much. I need support from Dan Balish from English.
Dan, are you here?
Yes, I am here.
Dan, are you here to translate, please? Thank you.
Dan Balish, am suportul tău.
Sunt aici ca să traduc, dacă m-ai rugat, m-ai nominat.
Mulțumesc frumos. Deci, din câte știu eu, am lipsit în ceva vreme din întâlnirea voastră.
I miss a little bit of time from your meetings last time.
Am aflat că s-a discutat aici, în această întâlnire, despre un lucru care noi l-am arătat în grupul românesc și mai ales în grupul Bragadiru și în grupul nostru.
I understand here she's talk about something which showing the Bragadiru group.
Și am dorit să intervin ca să lămuresc această situație.
And I want to intervene, say something for clarification of this situation.
Deci, noi am construit un dispozitiv în ultima perioadă.
We are building one device in last period of time.
Și așa cum mulți dintre voi cunosc, noi, grupul Bragadiru, suntem un grup care merge pe partea de hibridizare.
How we know it, the Bragadiru team is going to the hybridization of device.
Și aș vrea să explic ce înseamnă această hibridizare.
And I want to explain what is mean this hybridization.
Știința pe care toți o învățăm și o dezvoltăm este o știință minunată.
The science who all we are study and learning, it's a wonderful science.
Și vorbesc aici de știința pe care mentorul nostru ne-a învățat și ne învață. Vorbesc de știința domnului Cash.
It's about the science of Mr. Cash, the plasma technology.
Nu este o știință ușoară.
It's not easy.
Este o știință care trebuie să o înțelegi și să înțelegi interacțiunile dintre diversele materii pe care le folosești și diversele plasme pe care le folosești în dispozitivele tale.
Is needed to understanding regarding the material who you are using, the understanding the interaction, what we are using.
Până acum nu am spus-o niciodată, dar grupul Bragadiru vine cu o experiență în știința cash începând din anul 2008.
It's the first time I not want to say, but the Bragadiru group, she coming with the understanding or study from 2018.
Pe vremea aceea eram foarte puțini care activam pe acele chaturi ale Fundației Cash.
It was a few people who activate in that chat in that time.
Și de ce vă spun acest lucru? Vi spun pentru că noțiunea de hibridizare a științei cash cu știința actuală.
Why I say this thing, because the notion of hybridization of this science with the normal science, let's say, with plasma science,
a fost foarte mult studiată de grupul nostru și a fost
very well study of our groups.
Mentorul nostru are dreptate când spune că ne-a dat de lucru pentru 1000 de ani.
The Mr. Cash have the right because she's saying Yeah, I give you the word from 1,000 of years.
Numai că noi, mulți dintre noi, nu mai avem acest timp să stăm 1000 de ani să cercetăm acest lucru.
But many of us, and we don't have this time to study all this 100 times years.
Și așa s-a născut acest concept de hibridizare între științele actuale și această știință extrem de avansată.
For these reasons, it's a birth of this hybridization between the plasma science and actual science.
Aici s-au spus niște lucruri despre un dispozitiv arătat de noi în jurul Crăciunului anului care a trecut.
Here it's talking about, she's saying about one device in the period of Christmas last year.
Dacă doriți, pot să pun și filmulețul care a fost pus atunci de Crăciun cu testele făcute de noi.
And if you want, I can put the little video which, let's say, publish in that time with the results.
Eu cred că această simplă explicație pe care am venit în fața voastră să vă dau este suficientă.
And I think this simple explanation I come in front of you for giving, it's, let's say, repet ultimul cum este?
Este suficientă.
It's enough.
Deci mă bucur că este și domnul Cash aici.
I am very glad because Mr. Cash is here.
Și va asculta și va auzi de la noi o explicație extrem de simplă.
She listened and she's hearing this simple explanation from us.
Poate dânsul are dreptate că vede în echipa Bragadiru o echipă care doar știe să reproducă.
Maybe Mr. Cash is right when she say I see in the Bragadiru group team, it's one team who is able to, cum ai zis, să replice sau
să reproducă.
Reproduction, it's able to reproduction of the, let's say, device.
Și dau dreptate domnului Cash în ceea ce spune că da, noi am reprodus ceea ce dânsul a explicat într-o lecție din 2014.
And I say it's giving right to Mr. Cash when he say we are replicate something who is explained in 2014, one lesson of 2014.
Dar numai că nu am reprodus chiar cu ceea ce domnia sa ne-a explicat acolo.
But he's not reproducing only with what she explained in that video.
Da, ne-am folosit de un sistem magnetico-gravitațional de tip MAGRAV.
But we are using one device, magnetical gravitational.
Dar față de cea explicație din 2014, noi am folosit un alt dispozitiv dezvoltat de știința actuală, care se numește captator de electroni.
But we are using more MAGRAV with this capture of a free electron device.
Și cele două dispozitive s-au împăcat între ele ca și cum ar fi fost mâna stângă împreună cu mâna dreaptă care s-au unit.
And these two devices, the MAGRAV and the other device, it's fitting like a right hand and left hand together. It's match.
Și am văzut și noi pentru prima oară din uniunea celor două științe.
And we are seeing by union between these two science.
O economie de 2,6 kW la energie.
The reduction or economy of 2 kilowatts?
2,6.
2.5 kilowatts of energy reduction.
Deci, practic, noi consumam din acest ansamblu mixt 2,6 kW.
We are consuming of these, let's say, two devices, 2.5 kilowatts.
iar din rețeaua electrică de la furnizorul de electricitate consumăm doar 18W.
And from the grid, from the electricity grid, we are consuming only 18 watts.
Aceste dispozitive sunt perfect scalabile și pot fi făcute la orice nivel de putere avem nevoie.
This device is able to be make it in what power we are needed, orice putere avem nevoie sau cum ai zis?
Da, orice putere avem nevoie.
Okay, with what it's needed, what power it's needed.
Cu o singură condiție, ca
With
mentor, o singură condiție,
with one condition,
ca mentorul nostru să fie de acord cu această dezvăluire și cu această împărtășire către comunitatea noastră.
Mr. Cash agree with this, let's say, showing or
Mhm.
to the
Yes, I don't
community.
have any objection, and I'm sure if Mr. Kesh has an objection, he'll open his microphone. There's nothing from YouTube or anything. This is your creation.
Este creația ta, nu este nimic de pe YouTube? Întreabă Mark.
Nu este nimic după YouTube, este creația grupului Bragadiru din România.
Alex, do you have any objection? I don't hear any.
Ce a spus Dan?
L-a întrebat pe Alex dacă are dacă are vreo din asta, dacă poate Alex este de acord sau nu, dacă poate să arate.
Adrian, can I make you co-host so you can share your screen?
Adrian, te pot face co-host și Marc ca să poți să împărtășești ecranul?
Doar pentru asta și după care te rog să retragi dreptul de co-host.
Only for this time, and after, please take me back.
Very well.
Of the co-host.
I didn't hear from you, Alex. Okay, we're not, we shouldn't have Dan's picture there. As soon as he gets ready, I'll bring it back up. I think he's preparing the video for us. There we go. I'm just going to wait till I don't see Dan's picture anymore. I'll bring that screen back up. And this is a hybrid system, he said, using cache technology and some of our matter state or conventional knowledge.
Deci Adrian te întreabă, Marc, dacă acesta este o hibridizare între tehnologia actuală și tehnologia cache?
Da, este o hibridizare între tehnologia dezvoltată de mentorul nostru, domnul Cash.
Yes, it's
okay.
Mark.
Are you ready to share?
Și un alt tip de tehnologie care funcționează la ora actuală și toți producătorii de energie se folosesc de ea.
And the other type of technology who all the providers of it's utilizing today. A întrebat Mar dacă ești pregătit, adică poți să share-uiești.
Da, sunt pregătit.
Alex, it says you are viewing Alex's screen, but I'm only seeing a whiteboard, it looks like. Adrian would like to share. Just hit the green button, Adrian.
Adrian, tu share-uiești pagina albă sau vrei să share-uiești video care ai vrut să...
Nu, vreau să share-uiesc video pe care l-am arătat de Crăciun comunității românești.
Okay, Adrian want to show the little video who it's already showing in the Christmas time.
Alex, are you with us? Can you stop sharing, or you can continue to share, Adrian? Just say this will.
You want me to stop?
Either way, yeah, and let him come in if we could.
I'll stop now.
Is there any objection on your end, Alex?
No, not at all.
Okay, great. Okay, let's watch this little video here, which is very important as electricity or power is in all of our lives. But of course, this
O să
is
explic.
only part of what Mr. Kesh has delivered. Again, he said many of us have gone for the crumbs instead of the cake, but it is very important. But please, thank you for sharing, Adrian.
O să explic pas cu pas ce se întâmplă în acest video.
I explain step by step what's happening in this video.
Deci, în prima parte vedem un dispozitiv care consumă 1800 de W.
In the first part, we are seeing one device who consuming 1.8 kilowatts.
Și verificăm acest dispozitiv că prin wattmetrul pe care îl folosim arată 1800 de W.
And we are verified the device, the wattmeter, who is showing what is consumption of this device.
Am pornit ventilatorul și consumă doar 9 W.
We are starting the ventilation, the fan, and it's consuming 1800 watts.
Pornim prima treaptă de încălzire, consumă 770 de W.
We are starting the first step. It's consuming 7 and
Am pornit și a doua treaptă de încălzire și consumă 1900 de W.
I started the second step and consuming 1,995 watts.
Acum folosim un polizor electric.
We are utilizing one grander,
și care consumă 110 W.
with consuming 110 watts.
Și așa am verificat încă o dată wattmetrul că este ok.
And in this time we are verified the second time the wattmeter is measured correctly.
Mergem mai departe.
And it was supposed to consume how much? The grinder was supposed to take?
Și cât trebuia să consume polizorul?
100, acei 110 W.
110.
Mai testăm wattmetrul cu încă un dispozitiv, cu un dispozitiv de tăiat.
We are also testing with the hand drilling.
Yes, I see the hand grinder.
Grinder flex, care consumă 700 de W.
Which consuming 700 watts.
Și așa am încheiat verificarea dispozitivului de măsurare a energiei.
And in this manner we are verify how is the consumption with this device.
Acum trecem la faza a doua, în care avem dispozitivul hibrid cuplat în acest wattmetru.
And this is the second phase where we have with the device.
Și vedem că acesta pornit în gol consumă 13,6 W.
In the, let's say, without loading, is consuming 30 watts.
Și aici avem imediat după conexiunea de la priză acel magrav care domnul Cheș l-a văzut la conferința de la București.
And this is the connection right between the, let's say, the connection, the grid, this magrav who Mr. Kesh is seeing in the Bucharest conference.
Mergem mai departe. Acum vedem dispozitivul cu care a fost hibridizat.
Now we are seeing the device who it's making the hybridization.
Și acum mergem mai departe și vedem consumatorii care sunt puși în el.
And we are seeing what is the loading, the consumption, consumator.
Avem un consumator de 1800 de W.
1800.
Și vedem că pe wattmetrul folosit de control și verificat înainte de noi, consumul este doar de 13 W.
And we are seeing the wattmeter, it's measuring only 30 watts.
Și acum colegul nostru o să pornească și acel dispozitiv de tăiat.
And now it's starting the operation.
Am oprit eu sonorul ca să nu facem gălăgie.
I stopped the sound for not making loud noise.
Adrian, is this the same video you showed in the reactor group, or is this an improved video, an improvement somewhere?
Acesta este același video care l-ai prezentat în plasma reactor sau este un
Nu l-am prezentat eu în plasma reactor, l-a prezentat un alt coleg de-al nostru, probabil. Eu n-am mai intrat de foarte mult timp, pentru că activitatea mea este extrem de complexă în ultima vreme și nu am mai avut timp să mai particip nici chiar cu voi aici.
I'm not showing the plasma reactor. Perhaps another colleague is showing because I not participate from many time in the plasma reactor and in the other meetings because I don't have the time to
Yes, that might have been Constantine. I remember seeing part of this video in the reactor group.
Și eu am fost informat că cineva l-a prezentat la RIC în plasma reactor.
I was informed by somebody else in the plasma reactor. Someone is presenting this video.
Deci acest dispozitiv,
The sharing is the important part, I'd say.
Acest dispozitiv pe care am venit aici pentru că am auzit că acum 2 săptămâni s-a discutat despre el.
This device, because I heard 2 weeks ago, it's discussed regarding this.
Acest dispozitiv este plasat undeva în România sub control.
This device is under control.
Este securizată existența lui.
Under security, let's say.
Astfel încât să nu ajungă pe mâinile cui nu trebuie.
For not coming to the wrong hands.
Comunitatea va hotărî ce va face cu acest dispozitiv. Este un început în următoarea pleiadă de lucruri pe care noi vom încerca să le arătăm ca și comunitate românească.
The community decide what's happening in the step and mai repet o dată, deci comunitatea o să stabilească ce o să facă cu acest dispozitiv.
Cu acest dispozitiv și comunitatea va hotărî cu ce va face cu el.
And the community establish what we are doing with this device.
Nu este un dispozitiv chiar pentru orice fel de înțelegere.
It's not one device from all the kind of understanding.
Trebuie să ai o anumită pregătire și în știința plasmatică și în știința actuală ca să construiești așa ceva.
It's needed to have understanding in the plasma science, also in the actual science, in normal science.
Deci nu este pentru orice curte sau grădină.
It's not for every garden or every, how to say?
Sau pentru oricine, bine spus.
For everybody. I just translate word by word what Adrian is saying.
Yes.
Deci, eu mi-am simțit dator să vin în fața voastră să vă explic despre el. Deci acest dispozitiv vă arată o economie 2,5 kW la energie electrică.
I feel, let's say, my duty to come in front of us for showing, explain this device who is making this reduction of 2.8 kilowatts reduction.
Și ar trebui să-l facem disponibil în fiecare familie.
And it's needed to make available in every family, let's say.
Să știți că este muncă. Aici este munca grupului Bragadiru.
It's the work of Bragadiru team. It's a lot of work behind.
Care chiar dacă mentorul nostru și iubitul nostru mentor a spus de multe ori că noi copiem.
Even if beloved our mentor, she's saying we are only copy.
Da, recunoaștem, am copiat ceea ce dânsul ne-a îndrumat să facem.
Yes, we are agree. We are copy only what she saying to do.
Nu este ușor să copiezi doar dintr-o poveste.
It's not easy to copy only by the one story.
Ai nevoie și de creativitatea ta.
It's needed also your creativity.
De suportul echipei tale.
The help of your team.
Și de înțelegerea comunității din care faci parte.
And the understanding of your community who you are part.
Și acest lucru vi-l spune un om care a copiat.
And this thing she's saying one man who it's copy.
În următoarea perioadă o să mai avem niște lucruri foarte interesante de arătat.
In the next period we are having some interesting things to show.
De exemplu, am avansat în cafeneaua plasmatică trecută.
For example, we are advanced in the last plasma cafe.
O nouă metodă de a produce încălzirea prin știința plasmatică.
A new method to achieve the heating with the plasma science.
Care este exact opusul încălzirii produse prin energia nucleară.
Which, let's say, opposite of how it's making in the nuclear science.
În această situație, în locul barelor care emit radiație în fluid,
instead of this bar which transfer the reaction, the heat to the fluid, the liquid.
Acum este pe dos. Barele recepționează energia de la gans.
Now is reversing the bar, it's receiving the energy from the gas.
Dar de asta dată nu mai vorbim de gansurile cunoscute.
But we are not talking about the knowing gas.
Vorbim de gansuri speciale. Vorbim de gansuri speciale.
We are talking the special gas.
Ok, eu atât am vrut să spun și vă mulțumesc tuturor că mi-ați dat posibilitatea să mă exprim.
Thank you. It's what I want to say, and I want to thank you because you are giving me the possibility to express myself.
Și să vin și în apărarea grupului pe care îl reprezint.
And coming to the defend of the group who I represent.
E vorba de grupul Bragadiru.
It's about the Bragadiru team.
Care este un grup extrem de minunat și de oameni săritori și oameni cu adevărat cu suflet.
It's about the people who it's helping and wonderful people.
Dacă o singură dată cei prezenți aici ar interacționa personal cu membrii grupului,
if the person who is present here, it's interact with the member of the group.
Își vor dori să interacționeze cu acest grup în fiecare zi.
It's desire, it's wishing or desiring to interact every day with this group.
Vă mulțumesc tuturor.
I want to thank all of us.
Thank you to all for this. Is opinion from Bragadiru team. Is my opinion. Is my wish. Is wish from Bragadiru team. Thank you. Vă mulțumesc.
So this is nothing they're going to patent, correct? They want to share the knowledge with the rest.
Deci asta nu este ce o să fie patentat, asta este doar ceea ce doriți să împărtășiți cu ceilalți.
Noi nu dorim să patentăm.
We are not desire to wish the patent, to make the patent.
Pentru că această știință nu poate fi patentată, ci trebuie să fie la dispoziția întregii umanități.
Because this science is not be patent, it's needed to be to all the humanity.
Yes, this knowledge belongs to all of us, Mr. Kesh has indicated. And those who have tried to patent it have found themselves separated from the foundation, as I understand.
Let's translate. Și cei care au încercat să patenteze n-au mai făcut parte din fundație.
Noi vrem să fim parte a fundației acum, mâine, poimâine și în veci.
We would like to be part of this foundation now, tomorrow, and forever.
Yes, I guess that's what happens to some people. Sometimes they discover something or think they discovered something or understand something, and now it's like they just found planet Earth or something and it belongs to them. But that's the wrong approach, and I'm glad Adrian and the team has decided to share everything. Again, I'm very novice at all this, but we're trying.
Da, spune asta domnul Marc pentru că alte persoane și-au imaginat că ei au descoperit Terra, Pământul, și că le aparține și se bucură că nu este și cazul comunității din Bragadiru și a lui Adrian.
Hai să vă spun ceva la toți. În primul rând, noi nu am descoperit nimica.
At the first time, I would like to share with you that we didn't discover anything, our team Bragadiru.
Noi am urmat indicațiile și sugestiile și învățătura mentorului nostru.
We follow all what Mr. Kesh teach us and tell us many times, just like this.
Și doar am pus-o în acord cu ceea ce am învățat noi din știința actuală.
And we made an agreement between what Mr. Kesh said and the actual science. We try to make a bridge and to put together and create something helpful for humanity. Aici am mai pus de la mine, am zis că ai încercat, da.
Am înțeles.
Da.
Ideea este că știința pe care domnul mentor al nostru ne-a adus-o și ne-a învățat, ne va ține ocupați, așa cum a spus și dânsul, pentru cel puțin 1000 de ani.
So, the thought and the knowledge from Mr. Kesh will give us work and we will be occupied for 1000 year or 100 year. How you say? Ai spus 1000 sau 100?
1000.
Deci am tradus bine.
Deci, noi ca și comunitate de știință Kesh,
we in quality of Kesh community
încercăm să respectăm punct cu punct ceea ce mentorul nostru ne-a transmis și ne învață.
We are trying to respect point by point all what Mr. Cash taught us.
Și nu ne vom aroga drepturi de inventator niciodată, pentru că noi n-am inventat niciodată nimic.
And we will not ask for the rights of inventors because we never invented something.
Era un punct care trebuia să-l lămuresc acesta și am profitat acum să vă spun acest lucru.
So this was on my heart and I wanted to share with you to clarify because everything has to be clarified for everybody. Thank you.
Îmi cer iertare dacă am supărat pe cineva în această seară. În momentul acesta am încheiat intervenția mea și ascult și eu ca și ceilalți ceea ce spuneți voi.
And I apologize if with my speak somebody was impacted and maybe not, maybe yes. And now I will listen like everybody.
Dar trebuia să cunoașteți toți poziția grupului românesc Bragadiru și să știți cumva din vocea cuiva din grup despre ce este vorba.
So this was my wish to share with you and to make you to understand what Bragadiru team is thinking about this from our own voice.
Very well. I think I know Mr. Kesh said there was some sort of search for a manufacturing facility in your area. So I think that's very nice and very impressive that it showed way over 90% reduction in your demonstration. So very nice. And it inspires all of us.
Da, spune că îți mulțumește că ne-a inspirat pe toți, că tu ai făcut economie de 90% în cercetarea ta și a auzit și se bucură de la domnul Cash că dorește să facă investiții în România.
Vedeți voi, și aceste investiții promise de mentorul nostru mie îmi ridică semne de întrebare.
Zi toată ideea ca să pot să traduc ce vrei să zici.
Îmi ridică semne de întrebare pentru că sunt foarte mulți și sunt destui în grupul românesc care afirmă peste tot că fac ceva și ei de fapt nu fac nimic. Sunt oameni care zic că au făcut și n-au făcut nimic. Sunt oameni care încearcă să iasă în fața domnului Chei și spune noi am făcut și n-au făcut nimic. Oamenii care fac, tac și fac.
Okay. He would like to share one thought regarding the investment of Mr. Cash in Romania. And also about the achievement of some people which just are telling and saying that they are doing and they have some achievements in their work and they only talk. And other people like Bragadiru team which never say something about themselves. They do not talk, they work. They are big worker. And I can tell you that I was the advocate of this group, and themselves they didn't say anything. I was the advocate because I feel like putting them in value because I know they are working people and they have good heart, and I appreciate very much this group because also I am part from this group. Maybe I'm subjective, but I like and love them.
I know Jalal stops in there often and he's always telling us how impressed he is with the work of the Romanian teams.
Da, spune că și Jalal este impresionat de ceea ce face grupul Bragadiru din România și eu le-am spus că, de fapt, și eu am fost avocatul vostru pentru că voi nu v-ați lăudat. Am scos eu asta în evidență și am scos-o și aici, și în grupul reactor, și în lecția domnului Cheș. Acolo am întrebat eu, Adrian.
Salomea, nu mai traduc în română pentru că înțelegem, toți cei care suntem prezenți aici, înțelegem ce spun colegii noștri.
Poate nu înțelegeți și mai bine traduc.
Am înțeles foarte bine.
So if it's appropriate, and we said the Mexican team is doing a workshop, are your workshops open to the public as well? Or is it only a special invitation?
Adrian asked me, do not translate because they understand, but now they have to answer. Adrian întreabă de echipa mexicană, ce știi tu?
De echipa care?
Eu ți-am povestit că în plasma reactor și în Consiliul Universal, Gianni va avea un proiect al lui personal cu cei din Mexic.
Nu mă deranjează.
Implicați.
Nu, noi nu ne deci noi echipa Bragadiru suntem, traduce treaba asta, suntem implicați și direcția noastră este energie și transport. Nu are altă direcție această echipă, Bragadiru.
Nu, dar te întreba dacă și tu vrei să te implici în cooperarea cu Mexicul.
Eu, dacă este o direcție care merge pe energie și transport, mă implic în orice direcție, oriunde.
Okay. He would like to, first of all, he would like to clarify that Bragadiru team has energy and transportation as objective. And if it is useful for international community, he will be implicated. He knows from me that Gianni will be implicated on this project with his results on agriculture, alimentation, and environment. But if he will be invited, he will participate with energy and transportation. Of course, he would like to share.
Este normal să ne ducem către direcții diferite în înțelegere.
It is normal to go in different area and to split our work in different area, and Gianni had different now topics of research, area of research.
Și consider că trebuie să ne implicăm în această știință în funcție de gradul de înțelegere și direcția de înțelegere a fiecăruia.
And he considered that it's very important to be implicated in the area where you have competencies and knowledge in these areas. For every people, it's better to do like this, to achieve some results.
De ce să mă implic eu în agricultură dacă eu vreau și îmi place să mă implic în energie și transport?
He has competencies in this area of energy and transportation and not in agriculture.
Vorbim acum din punct de vedere a aplicațiilor.
We are talking from the point of view of application now.
Deci aplicațiile sunt tehnologie.
Application represents technology.
Nu este știința, știința este unică, este aceeași.
This is not the science and fundamental research, is applied research. Applying the science is named technology from my point of view.
De ce să mă implic eu în sănătate dacă eu mă pricep la energie și transport?
Why to imply myself in health if if I am knowledgeable and I have certain competencies in this area of transportation and energy.
Nu neg că în grupul Bragadiu sunt și oameni care au înclinații către agricultură, către sănătate, către multe alte aplicații ale acestei științe.
In our group, there are people implicated and they have certain competencies in health and agricultural area and maybe in other area.
Și oricum, cred că am vorbit cam mult în această seară și îmi cer iertare încă o dată și vă ascult de acum încolo.
And thank you for listening me, and I apologize if I talk too much this night.
No problem at all. The main idea is to share the knowledge. As Mr. Kesh said, they don't want anyone charging for this knowledge. As you got it free, you owe the man who gave you the knowledge, which is the foundation.
Da, Mark spune că nu are importanță, că ai făcut bine, că ai împărtășit cu ceilalți ceea ce rezultatele cercetării voastre și că asta este de fapt cel mai important, să împărtășești și să nu ceri bani pentru ceea ce ai făcut, pentru că domnul Kesh de fapt ne-a dat tuturor această știință și tehnologie gratuit. Ne-a oferit-o.
Very good. I appreciate you sharing with us and continuing to share.
Yes. Îți mulțumesc, apreciez că ai împărtășit cu noi și să continui să faci acest lucru. Mulțumesc mult!
Very good. Let's see, where shall we go from here? Thank you, Adrian, and thank you, Solomia, for the translation, and Dan as well.
Yes, welcome.
Și eu vreau să-i mulțumesc lui Mark și vreau totuși să punctez un lucru. Așa am făcut de când suntem prezenți în această știință. Am împărtășit.
It's a tradition in our community to share with others. This is not the first time, but we didn't talk about this at the international level. We share before. Nu ați mai împărtășit și înainte internațional față de Da, we share before at the international level.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Prima întâlnire internațională care s-a făcut a fost între Cafeneaua Plasmatică și grupul francez.
First time we share with the French friends. We had a common group.
Era atunci, pe vremea aceea, cineva care se numea Mont Blanc, care a dispărut între timp.
Somebody with name Mont Blanc, and now he disappeared. It was interested and he started to collaborate with us.
Grupul românesc este încă aici, n-a dispărut.
A Romanian group is still here. He didn't disappear and he will not disappear. Și nu o să dispară. Asta am pus de la mine.
Right, as Mr. Kesh said, this knowledge is so vast and so immense that it's going to take all of us to unravel it. The governments, the universities, the knowledge seekers, and so on.
Da, domnul Kesh spune că de fapt această știință este așa de avansată și de vastă încât va ține ocupați oamenii din universități și pe cei din diferite domenii care doresc să aplice.
Da, aici este interesantă această poziție, pentru că dacă te duci la universități, la oameni de știință, la aceste organisme naționale, internaționale și le povestește știința Kesh, se uită la tine de parcă ai fi un nebun. Asta se întâmplă.
Yeah, he agrees that it's very, very important to introduce this knowledge in universities, because if you talk with university professors about this science, he will consider you crazy, because they don't understand.
Yes, they get paid more to know less.
Can you put in other words, because maybe it's something special in your
No, I just said they get paid more to know less.
yes, ok. Spune că ei sunt plătiți bine și mult ca să știe puțin.
Și noi suntem recompensați, de fapt, de societatea noastră, de comunitatea noastră, și suntem extrem de bine plătiți din acest punct de vedere. Și o să facem asta mai departe.
And no disrespect, but they have to operate within certain parameters, as we know.
Da, yes. Yes, Adrian, agree with you, of course. And we'd like to finish now.
Yes, it is approaching midnight in Europe. So, and I do have about a 20-minute clip I'd like to play. If anyone else would like to come in, please feel free. And I think everyone knows who I'm referring to. Alex, we didn't get to answer, or you didn't get to answer too many questions today, but you did share a huge amount of knowledge with all of us. So thank you very much for all your efforts and delivering the knowledge consistently and regularly, almost like the way the neutron divides within us.
Well, I want to thank Adrian and the community for sharing that. It really enriched this presentation today. And I want to thank everybody on behalf of the North American Corona team for participating today. Beautiful session. So stand by for more exciting news. Over to you, Mark.
Right, and 90% or whatever 90-odd% reduction is beautiful to see, especially as we see the energy being sort of squeezed in a way for all of us. Even in this current cycle, the rates are up quite a bit. I know that just the petrol prices in the United States have gone up approximately 30–40% on the last year. So it's affecting all of us, and that's one of the things Mr. Kesh did when he went to the world governments in the original part, maybe in the early 2000s, where he said that he could show the people on the planet how to feed themselves and how to generate power for basically little cost. And of course, the government said, no, we don't want people to have this knowledge. And we want to thank Mr. Kesh for continuing to pursue and to develop and to share with the governments, as well as with the knowledge seekers and anyone else who cares to listen. Is there anything else from anyone else they'd like to say at this point before I go to this? It's about a 20-minute video. We showed the universal unit in the beginning, so we'll spend the other 19 minutes or so just seeing the progression of something that was done in China probably 2 years ago or more. And then we'll play the final disclaimer, and then the meeting will end.
I have a question for the Alex.
Okay, no problem.
He's talking about the neutron divide in the body. If neutrino gets to the body, what is happen?
Goes right through it unless it's in the matter state. That was one of the questions in the last 16. Mr. Kesh wondered about this when he was a youngster, when he sat on the end of the X-ray machine. When the neutrino goes through you, what did I give to it, or what did it take from me?
Yes, I think so. Stay in the body. Maybe someday Mr. Kesh explained a little bit more. He already told about that, right? Last teaching or before the last teaching.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's part of your body, and there is the magic. Everything is there. I just want to say that.
Alex, is a neutrino the same as a neutron? I wouldn't think so, but it does have a similar sound to it.
Neutrino different, neutron different.
Okay. Thank you, Selena.
So I can't totally answer the question on a technical basis. But what I do want to say is that as humans, we are radioactive, just like bananas, and yet we're very safe. So there are ways and means of transferring energy, and this is where the advanced science has to go. So it's still, I have much to learn myself, but what we do know is that we have all the elements of the earth within us, and because we're part of that, and we just have it in different scales, and it all contributes together, and which is one of the reasons it brought us here. So the benefits to the earth is the common denominator here, and we have the various energy transportation vehicles that brought us here, which we call PM ticks of different strengths and different flavors. And this is what makes life so exciting. So as the knowledge seekers know more and get into the deeper knowledge, we can get out of this what I call extended basic teachings. So thank you for your question. But I think you're all well on the path to figuring this thing out. So thank you very much.
Yes, we're on the road to
Thank
find
you.
out more about ourselves, our creation, the universe, and so on and so forth. And again, as I see it, the more you understand about this knowledge, the more you realize how little of it you really actually know. And it seems almost like a paradox or an anomaly, but that's the way I think it works in a way, because again, this is such a vast and immense amount of knowledge. It would take the governments, the knowledge seekers, and the rest just to start this unraveling or unwinding process.
Thank you, Mark. I would like to thanks to Mr. Alex. Always I'm saying Mr., but I will try to forget Mr. and to say Alex and Mark. And because I transfer the knowledge from Alex and from Mr. Cash to Romanian group, because not all people are able to understand English. And because Alex wasn't able to come to teach Romanian group, I prefer myself to help and translate all what and interpret all what Mr. Cash and Mr. Alex taught us. And I am happy that community now understand better the knowledge. Even I'm new in this knowledge, I'd like to be helpful, even by translating what you teach here and Mr. Cash.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
We all serve in different ways, as Mr. Cash has explained to us. So no one's wrong, and we don't criticize anyone. We just try to add to the souls rather than take away from any soul.
I'm sorry that I'm not so technical. I'm not implicated in doing by my hands, but I'm doing on my mind, with my mind.
Yes. Yes, and I don't think the hands thing is that difficult to get used to in doing. I've been doing a little more lately, and I find the more I do, the kind of a new angle or understanding I become of it, rather than just seeing it in pictures and drawings. So don't shy away from doing the smallest thing. Even as we had Mohammed from Iran in one of our meetings this week, and he showed us how to light a light very simply with 4 boxes, and I'm going to be trying that, and that's in the private teachings. So don't fear about getting your hands a little dirty or maybe nicking a finger or something with this technology. there's something about actually doing, which Jalal has always encouraged all of us to be more on the doing end than just on the talking end. So,
Mark,
yes, sir.
you reminded me, I do want to encourage people to join the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute private teachings because there's a lot of good research work going on there. And, you know, what these classes are doing, and then because there's thousands of hours of classes, we're trying to streamline things so that people can fast track and catch up. But we also have to keep going on with the new developments, and there are a lot of new developments. And you know, the Keshe Foundation education as a group is a vibrant and thriving group there, and they have lots to offer, lots to share. And so, for a €100 donation, it's well, it's
Priceless.
it's the cheapest education you can get on the planet.
Okay.
So, thank
Go
you
ahead,
so much.
Alex. Thank you.
It's okay. I just
Again.
want to encourage people because we're just beginning the classes now.
Mhm. Very good. I am going to play the whole video. This video is on the Keshe Foundation website. Don't feel you have to stay or you're doing any disservice to us by leaving. We fully understand, and those who want to stay, fine. And I will play this 22-minute video. We'll play the final disclaimer, and then the meeting's over, unless someone else wants to come in. Other than that, I think it's time to begin. Let me make sure I'm sharing properly. Thank you again, everyone who participated, and you all participated, whether you didn't say anything or whether you spoke the whole time. Some have a combination of both, being quiet and speaking. So there's no problem there, and we appreciate all your field strengths because they're all different and they're all needed and they're all important. So thank you all.
May I say something, Mark?
Of course, yes.
Yes, I'm an artist myself. I need my hands to play piano and play guitar and violin and so on.
Well, I hope you have them insured.
And I need flexible hands and fingers. But what I did, I just participate in many contests, and I made the science known by my poetries. So I translated in metaphors about maybe 50% of the concepts of Keshe Foundation, of Keshe knowledge, the science of the soul, and was very much appreciated. Even plasma I utilized there, the term plasma, in all my work, and I dedicated to Mitra because I'm interested more on soul and this travel of the soul. And poets are more interested about the soul than about the technology. Okay, what I did, and I thank you very much to all the community, because Mr. Keshe, with his knowledge, and you inspired me to write about maybe daily a poetry and to publish it. In this way, people will know about the philosophy, the theology, and the link, and even synonymity and homonymy between science and theology and spirituality. And this is my message. I want to send to humanity this message by art, and especially poetry and songs and dance. Thank you.
Thank you. And as Mr. Keshe said, by sharing, you never know who you're going to touch or who's going to hear what you have to say. And it may be someone down the road who's going to hear something, and you'll unlock something for them if you're sharing sincerely from your heart, let's say. Okay, very good. I want to thank you all and have a wonderful rest of your day. How much is left to it? It looks like it's after midnight in Europe. So we're going to play this 22-minute video and the final disclaimer, and then the meeting will end. This will be posted in the Telegram after it's rendered. So thank you very much for all your participation, attendance, and field strength you've added to the meeting.
Innovative, revolutionary, stellar development, purest universal knowledge. In a transformative, futuristic design. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The very first new evolutionary spaceship technology has been rolled out for mass production. Our Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is constructed from high-quality materials carefully selected by our team of experts. Embedding the essence of the new GANS plasma science and technology, it uses collective plasma field technology for changing and enhancing the environment of the body of the man. This new plasma enhancement changes the environment of the body to allow it to return to its natural, balanced energetic condition, as in the womb of the mother, allowing every cell in the body of the man to find its natural, original field strength balance. The shape and field distribution in this new space plasma technology replicates the inner structure of the universe and replicates the balance fields from which the man was created at the point of inception in the womb of the mother, not only receiving balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. For the first time in the history of man, a system has been developed and delivered, which not only enhances the physical body of the man, but also enhances the emotional part of the user of the system, hence reducing and eliminating many problems that could not be solved in the world of science, to bring the body of the man into near perfection, as at the time of birth. This new spaceship technology can be within the reach of every man today and can be ordered by medical practitioners, sports specialists, and healthcare centers. The Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the future you have been waiting for, is here. The journey from space to spaceship technology has started. Every order is subject to a contractual agreement and might require additional accessories priced separately for applications according to each case. You can order or contact us at office@at.kfm.global for additional information. This video gives an insight into the therapeutic progress of a wheelchair-bound subject diagnosed with Parkinson's and Alzheimer's. Male, age 58, since his late 40s has been suffering from the two aforementioned conditions, which over the past 2 years have progressed dramatically, leading to a substantial loss of control over his limbs. He was brought into the hospital in a wheelchair, unable to transition from it to a standing position, stand by himself, or walk unassisted. Holding a pen and writing was also beyond his physical capability. The processing of this case started in China in early September 2019 using the Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The subject spent 15 to 20 minutes twice daily in this unit under the supervision of a team of qualified doctors and physiotherapists. The progress of rebalancing this condition through the use of the Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is presented in this video. Knowing that every case is unique, the duration of the full rebalancing for such a condition, while steadily reducing medications, is approximately 16 weeks. Currently, a team of healthcare professionals continues with the process and upon completion will report its findings to the scientific world. Day 1. The initial assessment. The volunteer is in a wheelchair. He is unable to take any steps on his own. Day 4. Standing up. The volunteer stands up by himself after the plasma processing sessions and takes his first steps using a walking frame. Day 5. The volunteer is walking using a walking frame. He is walking unassisted, walking outside, and is confidently walking towards his car. Day 6. Walking outside. He is walking with more ease by the day. Day 12. Plasma processing. The volunteer walks faster, easily passes through doors, and even manages to sit down unaided. Writing. The volunteer is able to write for the first time after a very long period. Day 14. Standing up. The volunteer transitions from kneeling to standing. Day 15. Ongoing improvement. The volunteer is now far more agile. Day 29. He is able to do squats on his own. Day 30. Progressing. Various exercises, such as step climbing on elevated surfaces and walking backwards, are now possible. Day 30 plus. Vocal exercising. The volunteer begins vocal exercises to restore his voice and speech. The volunteer practices motor skills and hand-eye coordination using a ball. Day 36. Exercising. He practices further coordination skills. He is more proficient when step climbing on elevated surfaces. Day 40 plus. Walking. The volunteer is confidently taking a walk in the park. Day 40 plus. Coordination. Now he is confident to resume a normal life and go shopping with his family in the crowded market. He is improving his movement coordination. Day 40 plus, exercising. He continues to exercise in the public parks. Day 42, running. Unimaginable. 7 weeks earlier, he was in a wheelchair. Now, the volunteer runs for the first time. Day 42, running. He is running longer distances with ease. Day 45, running. He quickly progresses, getting better day by day. Now he runs in the sports arena, achieving 300 to 600 meters in different sessions in a way that doctors barely keep up. Day 59, climbing. The volunteer engages in adventure park activities and successfully climbs on a net. Day 60, cycling. He now adds cycling exercises to his routine.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.